for safe, orderly, and regular migration. The meeting is called to order. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to express my sincere appreciation for your trust bestowed in me to serve as one of the vice chair of this meeting. I now invite the meeting to consider Agenda Item 3, thematic discussion on progress and challenges with regard to implementing the Global Compact at all levels, with due respect to the cross-cutting and interdependent guiding principle of the Global Compact. We will have thematic discussion based on tentative cluster of Global Compact objectives outlined in General Assembly Resolution A/73/326, format and organizational aspect of the International Migration Review Forums. This thematic discussion will also inform the report of the meeting, which will in turn inform the input to the International Migration Review Forum next year. I would like to take this opportunity to inform you that this thematic discussion represents a collaborative and collective effort of the entire United Nations system in the Asia-Pacific region, working through the Regional United Nations Network on Migration. Each thematic discussion will feature a panel discussion to introduce the topic and inform the discussion. The panel discussion will be moderated by a representative of the Regional United Nations Network on Migration. Following each panel, the moderator of the roundtable will then open the floor for Q&A. I encourage all delegations to make ad hoc requests for intervention, which should increase the interactive nature of this meeting. We'll limit intervention to 1 minute. For those watching us via YouTube Live, I encourage you to leave comment and question in the chat box, which will be forwarded to the moderator for further consideration by the panelists. Formal presentations are not required. However, if delegation wish to do so, they may submit formal statement to the Secretariat to be uploaded to the conference website. Since these roundtable discussions are part of the intergovernmental meeting, during the Q&A, priority will be given to member states in the room and online, then to stakeholders and UN entities. We will now take up Agenda Item 3A, ensuring that migration is voluntary, regular, safe, and orderly. I now have the honor to invite Ms. Panuda Bonpala, Deputy Regional Director, Regional Office for Asia and the Pacific, ILO, to introduce the panelists and moderate the discussion. Ms. Bonpala, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, good afternoon. Distinguished delegates, stakeholder representatives, UN colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the UN Network on Migration, I'd like to extend a warm welcome to the first of the roundtables of this regional review on the implementation of the Global Compact for Migration, ensuring that migration is voluntary, regular, safe, and orderly. The roundtable has been organized by the ILO, UNESCO, and UNFCCC. The purpose of this roundtable is to elicit member states and stakeholders' experiences and views around objectives of the Global Compact on Migration, in particular, to take stock of the progress of implementation and to provide directions and pointers on the way forward and key priorities. In particular, this roundtable will cover Objective 2, 5, 6, 12, and 18. Most of the mobility occurring today is in search of decent work. At the same time, there are other important flows, including that of migrants moving on humanitarian grounds, or in response of impacts of climate change and environmental degradation. Allow me to quickly recap the Global Compact on Migration objective under review in this roundtable. Objective 2 seeks to minimize the adverse drivers that compel people to live in unsafe or disorderly ways. Objective 5 aims to increase the availability and effectiveness of legal pathways for migration. Objective 6 focuses on ensuring fair recruitment and decent working conditions. Objective 12 is concerned with strengthening the predictability in migration procedure, and Objective 18 promotes skills development and recognition. Governments and stakeholders in Asia and the Pacific have worked on this objective for some time. What is new is the agreement through the Global Compact for Migration to cooperate at regional and international levels to intensify efforts in these areas. In our roundtable today, we have 4 panel speakers who will share with us their experiences with respect to a particular aspect of the Global Compact on Migration goals. Following that, we'll have an interactive discussion in plenary on progress so far, key challenges and gaps, good practices and lessons learned, also pointers for the way forward. So let us start moving forward with the panel discussion. I'm happy to welcome Kun Pataraporn Samantarat from Ministry of Labour of Thailand as the first speaker this morning. Kun Pataraporn is Assistant Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Labour of Thailand. Welcome, Kun Pataraporn. Labour migration is an established feature of labour market in ASEAN countries and in Thailand. Since 2019, what have been some key developments with respect to increasing legal labour migration in Thailand and for ensuring fair recruitment and decent working conditions for migrant workers? And what are some of the key remaining challenges and gaps? Also, how have migrant workers been protected during the pandemic time? Over to you, Kun Pataraporn. Thank you. Are you connected okay from the Ministry of Labour of Thailand? Or we are still waiting? Let's see how it goes. Just give a few moments. Thank you. We did test this morning, but technology is technology. Sometimes we are tricked. So give us a few more moments. Thank you. No, okay, no. Do we have a technician to support the ministry, please? No, I'm speaking from the ministry. It's on Kudo, on online, on virtual.
Mr. Pataraporn, do you hear us?
No? Perhaps otherwise then we can move to the second speaker first and we'll come back to Thailand then. Yeah, is that okay? Right, so the second speaker, I'd like to welcome Ms. Fish Ip. Ms. Fish Ip is the Regional Coordinator for Asia International Domestic Worker Federation, or known to many of us as IDWF in Hong Kong. So, welcome Fish. In Asia Pacific, over 80% of domestic workers are women, many of them migrants. Domestic workers are doing care work as well as household work. Could you tell us about the contributions of migrant domestic workers, the issues they face, and some recent good practices or promising practices in the protection of domestic workers? What unique challenges have domestic workers faced during the pandemic time? Thank you. Over to you, Fish. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Punpala from the IO, Ms. Samantara from the Ministry of Labour of Thailand, Irene Xavier, our friend, Ms. Swati, and distinguished delegates and guests of the GCM. Good morning, good afternoon for those in the Pacific. Thank you for the organizer and the ILO especially for the meeting and inviting us, the IDWF, the International Domestic Workers Federation, to share our experiences. We have indeed too much overwhelmed during the COVID-19 pandemic. At the start of the pandemic, our domestic workers leaders from every part of the world get many messages and calls for help from the fellow workers. Imagine you get 300 messages in one day, all for urgent helps. And many of domestic workers leaders are still working at their employer's home and try to find a way to reply and help. And sometimes the leaders are being blamed when the workers cannot get immediate replies or help. We do understand that. This is because they are very stressful and left helpless. It is indeed a very, very stressful time. Yes, there are problems during the COVID-19 pandemic, but the problems, the challenges, the issues of domestic workers and migrants have been always there. The pandemic has indeed increased and exposed the seriousness of legal and policy gaps in the protection of the rights of domestic workers and migrants. The pandemic has exposed how deep the vulnerability of these workers is. What the workers suffer is a calamity of the pandemic, but it's more the calamity of the lack of rights. Again, dear friends, not maids, not servants, but domestic workers is the proper terms as used in the ILO standards, international labor standards. Use of terms can lead to a positive mindset and cultural shifts. The government can first take a lead in this. Labor laws should be inclusive. No one should be left behind. Domestic workers are workers and should be included in your employment and labor laws. We notice there are a few Asian governments have actually been taking new initiative in changing the terms and doing labor reforms, like Nepal, who has already including domestic workers as workers, and Malaysia have changed the term from servants into domestic employee. But we need also actual inclusion of labor rights, seeing domestic workers as workers, seeing migrants as workers, the same like other kinds of workers. The case of Ms. Pen, she is a Burmese migrant domestic worker in Singapore who died in 2016 from abuses by her employer, can only get justice only recently from the court after 5 years. She weighed only 24 kilos when she died. With this hearing of her death and also several deaths and abuses before her and after her, the government of Singapore recently announced that they are considering real mandatory day offs for migrant domestic workers. Day offs are not only for rest, a very basic human right. It also allows them to make friends and can be trained so that they can have the opportunity and time to make friends and know their rights, to have access to information, And the access to communication, like access to phones, also allow them to seek help when they are abused. However, it's sad to say that majority of employers of migrant domestic workers do not give day offs in Asia, as this is not a legal right yet in most Asian countries. Working in the private households also make them more vulnerable with human and labor rights abuse, gender-based violence, excessive agency fees that put workers into debt bondage has barred them to escape from abuses and seek help as well. Immigration rules and visa restrictions and the tie to the employers often undermines their labor rights that migrant workers are supposed to have. And the pandemic had deepened the xenophobia and racial discrimination against migrants, with no access to health insurance, with no access to masks and sanitizers for some of them, and undocumented workers especially have very limited access to the service, the COVID-19 tests and the vaccines. In any case, the workers have been organized no matter how hard difficult the situation is. The leaders who receive hundreds of calls and messages I mentioned earlier are workers who are committed to make changes out of the deplorable situation. Being migrants, your fellow migrants are your only family in your second home in the foreign land. We must make space and allow them to be organized and recognize their own organizations so that they can have a voice in the society, they can have a real family in the foreign land. Although it's hard, as not all migrants have day offs, domestic workers have managed and migrants have managed to be organized. The IDWF, especially with the support of the IELTS Safe and Fair project, started to organize Indonesian migrant domestic workers in Malaysia in 2019. And last year, the pandemic, the first Indonesian migrant domestic workers organization is formed. It has now 90 members with very committed leaders. And during the pandemic, and AMPO, our other affiliate in Malaysia, organizing Filipino migrant domestic workers, with 300 members, has done relief work to fellow workers. Despite the lockdowns, the leaders are grounded in the community. The leaders, together with the NGO, trade unions, and individuals, were able to reach out to thousands of migrant workers who are in distress during the pandemic and in deep need of help. And some women migrants who are pregnant and with newborn baby, but left with no money due to the pandemic, we are able to reach out to them and offer immediate help. This shows how important the organizing is. The situation of the workers should not have been like this if the governments would have provided necessary social security and labor protection and include support in health and relief to the migrants regardless of the status. The COVID-19 pandemic is really a lesson for all of us to learn and review our labor law and social policies in regard to the protection of these migrants. Due to the prompt help and reach out to the workers, the organizations have also increased their membership, known by more migrants, and finally, we also get recognized by the governments. In December last year, IDWF was able to organize the first ever social dialogue, the Inclusive Labor Law Reform, Migrant and Domestic Workers Have Rights Too, is the title, with the Ministry of Manpower from Malaysia, the embassies of the Philippines and Indonesia, trade unions and NGO partners, and migrant domestic workers leaders from AMPO and pandemic for the first time ever lead the discussion and get well recognized. We can see we are moving for more collaborations, not only for our long-time NGO partners, but also now with the trade unions, embassies, and more individuals now. Our
Fish,
Filipino
sorry to interrupt. Can you sum
Yeah.
up, please? Thank you.
Okay, so we have already organized migrants in several countries: Hong Kong, Macau, Malaysia, Singapore, Taiwan, Kuwait, Qatar, and Jordan, Thailand, India, and form their own organizations. So we desperately need more help and call for more collaboration with all of us. You're here, and we would also like to engage a follow-up process leading to the International Migration Review Forum after this GCM review in the Asia Pacific. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Fish. Clearly, many challenges pre-pandemic and during the pandemic, but thank you for also highlighting good efforts around organization and social dialogue. Thank you so much. Now, I'd like to come back to the government of Thailand. Are you connected now?
Good morning.
Yes, please go ahead. Thank you, ma'am.
Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's my great honor to be a part of today's GCM event, the roundtable discussion on ensuring that migration is voluntary, regular, safe, and orderly. I am assigned to present the progress made in Thailand with respect to legal pathway, fair recruitment, and decent work challenges. There are three main topics that I would like to share with you all today. First, let me start with the first one. Thailand under the government, next please. Thailand under the government of General Prayut Chan-o-cha, Prime Minister, has announced anti-human trafficking as one of the national policy with 5P strategy. As you may know, Thailand is the country of origin and the country. Next slide, please. Thailand is the country of origin and the country of destination. And it is our responsibility to facilitate and provide protection to ensure that migration is voluntary, regular, safe, and orderly, according to the ILO standards. Next, please. Due to the pandemic COVID-19, we have launched many measures in order to prevent the spread of COVID-19 and safeguard public health to the overseas Thai worker and all Thai worker in Thailand. At the same time, the economic stipulation is also taken into account. Entrepreneurs and enterprises are supported to be able to prolong their business and employment. As the slideshow are example of the response to COVID-19. The measures to oversee Thai workers such as COVID-19 awareness raising, support on repatriation, more than 70,000 Thai workers to return to the country, oversee labor market expansion. The measure to workers in Thailand, for example, Social Security relax and reduce contribution, unemployment benefit, job promotion and wage subsidy, upskill, reskill, Especially to the foreign worker in Thailand, the Royal Thai government has allowed and extended them to reside and work in Thailand with maintaining their legal status, which can be referred to many cabinet resolutions. We open an electronic registration to those irregular and undocumented Cambodian, Lao, and Myanmar workers in Thailand in order to legalize their status and provide the social protection coverage. Cooperate with relevant agencies in screening the COVID-19 infection and setting up field hospital at the enterprise in the province, especially Samut Sakhon province. Next slide, please. At the country of origin, the Employment and Job Seeker Protection Act and the amendment are the main laws for those who are seeking for domestic and overseas employment. Next, please. From the slide, there are 5 legal methods to work overseas. Next, please. The seek for the overseas labor market expansion and to protect Thai labor rights overseas. We have taken a role in international cooperation, both bilateral and multilateral partnerships. The related matters of TCM are also included and discussed. Next, please. Furthermore, we have 12 overseas labor offices. Apart from office in Geneva, 11 offices have important role in providing assistance and protection of Thai workers. Next, please. Moreover, to make sure that Thai workers are not at risk, employment deception, raising awareness of anti-working abroad deception campaign and pre-departure training are conducted by the Department of Employment. Next, please. As the country of destination, the Ministry of Labor has announced the law and regulations in order to ensure the clear administration on foreign workers in Thailand. Next, please. The slide shows the current statistics of foreign workers in Thailand. Before the new pandemic, there are about 2.5 million foreign workers in Thailand. Also, there are about 600,000 foreign workers electronically reported to the Department of Employment according to the Cabinet Resolution on 29 December 2020 and on process of documentation. Next, please. Besides, migration is one of many important issues to be discussed in bilateral and multilateral cooperation. Many declarations and modalities concerned on safe and order migration are raised in the international and global level. And even more closely, during the COVID-19 pandemic, Thailand worked hands in hands and with our sending country and passed through the difficulty. Next, please. Moreover, as a partnership with the ILO, tripartite trust, which are the government, employer, worker, and the ILO has launched Thailand Disabled Country Program. The migrant workers are one of the targets. The program supports Thailand moving toward the Sustainable Development Goals and leave no one behind. The example of regional projects under the TDPUCP related to the migrant are Triangle in ASEAN, Ship to Shore Rice SEA, Responsible Supply Chain in Asia, and Safe and Fair. Next, please. The Royal Thai government has established many new measures and platforms to be ensured that the foreign worker from CLM country reside and work safely and smoothly in Thailand. For example, the trainings in 5 post-arrival and reintegration centers for migrant workers. The special services at 10 migrant worker assistance centers and the electronic grievance channel at call center 1506 and DOE Help Me. The migrant worker will be serviced with their own languages as the Ministry of Labor has arranged interpreters. Besides, the multidisciplinary inspectors are well trained in order to monitor the employers and protect workers' rights according to the relevant laws and the international labor standards. Next, please. In terms of foreign investor, the Department of Employment is cooperation with Thailand Board of Investment and Immigration Bureau has launched a single window for visa and work permit to promote investment in Thailand with more convenience, less time and documentation. Next, please. I will be brief on the second topic with skill development. Next, please. Yes, please. Next, please. Yes, thank you. The Department of Skill Development has primary mandate to provide and promote skill training for the workforce at all levels. Skill Development Promotion Act is promoted to the enterprise to provide skill training for all workers by offering tax incentive to the enterprise which provide quality skill training for the workers. Next, please. In terms of skill referencing and recognition, we have been working closely with ILO in implementing mutual recognition of skill program between Thailand and CLM country to prepare for free flow and the semi-skilled labor in the region by benchmarking and comparing selected skill standard and of each CLM country with Thailand. In the long run, the program aims to reference the selected qualification with the existing national qualification framework and ASEAN qualification framework. Next, please. As sending country, in order to ensure the competence of the Thai worker, Thailand has now set of skill standards which are used to assess the skill of the Thai workforce, both sufficient skill and knowledge to work in the particular field. The overseas job seekers are undertake national skill standard testing prior to visa or and work permit application to ensure safe and fair migration from the country of origin. Next,
Sorry
please.
to interrupt, Kun Patrapon. Perhaps you can go a bit faster. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me move to the last topic, challenges in Thailand perspective. Absolutely, the first challenge is COVID-19. As you know, in order to protect the spreading of COVID-19, Thailand and many countries have closed the border and limited the international flights across the country. The spilling effect from COVID-19 is beyond the health concerns. The social and economic impact are also severe. The migration during the post-COVID-19 must bring to the table and consider seriously. The second challenge is aging society. Thailand is facing rapid demographic change. At the same time, the government promotes Thailand 4.0 policy, which means Thailand will be in a situation of labor shortage and result in demanding migrant workers to fill in and support our economic expansion. Next challenge is the international trade. Labor issues become one of the criterion on international trade decisions. The responsible supply chains and international labor standards are taken into account to ensure that whole production process have no labor abuse, human trafficking, forced labor, child labor, and illegal migrant labor. Portability of Social Security benefit for migrants take its vital role as a supporting mechanism to facilitate labor migration that contributes to socio-economic development of the region. However, coordinating Social Security benefit between countries remains challenging due to many reasons, especially each country has its own set of laws and regulations concerning its Social Security system. Overcoming the challenges will definitely take much time, and result of our effort will surely be worthwhile with our people and our region.
I'm so
The
sorry to
last
interrupt. I
challenge is
think Kun
digital
Patrapon
disruption.
appreciate if you can make your conclusion. Thank you so
Also
much.
has an important role in migration administration and protection mechanism. There are several connectivity and digital platforms implemented as the tool for assisting migrant workers. However, inequitable access to digital technology such as unaffordable smartphones or limited credit to the connection seem to be another concern. Moreover, digital technology also brings with it challenges on misinformation and cybersecurity. Last but not least, I would like to reaffirm that the Ministry of Labour of Thailand pledged our full commitment to closely cooperation with both bilateral and multilateral relations in safe, orderly, and regular migration for more tangible results and bringing about decent work for all and leaving no one behind. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kun Patrapon. I'm aware that you have a lot of good example to share as being both sending countries and receiving countries. I'm so sorry that we have limited time, but we have heard a lot of many strong initiatives from the government of Thailand. Thank you so much once again. Moving on to the third speaker, I'd like to welcome Ms. Irene Xavier, Executive Director of Persatuan Sahabat Wanita, Selangor, Malaysia. Welcome to the panel, Ms. Xavier. Could you tell us the common issues that women migrant workers face during their migration experience, including those in the informal economy? Please share also promising or good practices of how community-based organizations are working to improve their access to justice and also form networks to ensure safe migration. Can you limit to maximum 8 minutes, please? Thank you so much. Thank you. Over to you. Are you there? No? Okay, she's having difficulty, so we move to the next speaker. It seems that today technology is not our best friend. Anyway, moving on, then we'll come back to Ms. Xavier later. But now let's move on to Professor Mujamda. I'd like to welcome Professor Mujamda, who is a Pro-Chancellor, Symbiosis Skills and Professional University in Pune, Pro-Chancellor, Symbiosis University of Applied Science in India. Professor Mujamda, welcome to the panel. Thank you for joining us. As you know that to ensure migrants' inclusion in the society, their qualifications and prior learning should be recognized so that they can continue their education and find employment that corresponds to their skills. Is non-recognition a concern for the Asia-Pacific region? And how, from your perspective, can different stakeholders facilitate mutual recognition of skills, qualifications, and competencies? Thank you. The floor is yours.
Ms. Majumdar, you have to press the request to speak so that you can be given yes.
Good morning and namaste from India. I first of all would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to speak on this very important topic. And I thank UNESCO, ILO, and UNFCCC for organizing this roundtable and allowing me to share my views. I represent an educational group called Symbiosis in Pune. We have established India's first skill development universities, which focus on developing skills in students so that they can become readily employable. As you are aware, our conventional education system has failed to generate employability, especially among the educated youth. And therefore, you find the unemployment as a serious problem, not only amongst youth, but also migrant workers who travel from one country to another. And in the previous presentations, we saw how skill development is an important area for countries to focus on. It is in this context that our university is working, and we are trying to develop skills which are relevant to the industry so that the youth can become readily employable. We work with the local governments to identify the skill gaps and also ensure that people with previous skills can be brought into the mainstream of education to provide more social acceptability for such people. We focus on reskilling and upskilling of local population so that skills can be developed in line with latest industry needs. First, before sharing my views, I would like to present the present issues that we are facing, not only in India, but I'm sure these problems are being faced in other United Nations countries as well. The first issue is there is very poor understanding of skills required for various jobs in the market amongst the workers and the general population. The second problem is the definition of credits is different across different colleges within the country and within the region across different countries. The manner in which the efforts put in by a student vis-a-vis the credit calculation differs from one institute to the other, from one college to the other, and from one country to the other. There is no standard definition. Because of this, it is difficult to measure the credits earned or the equivalent efforts put in by a student when he wishes to move from one college to another within or outside the country. A standard definition and system needs to be formulated and adopted by all colleges within the country and also by all countries within the region. The third problem is the measurement of skills and competencies. The definition and benchmarks for skills and competencies for different job roles vary from one country to another. Although ILO through ISCO has defined various job roles and mapped them to skills and competencies, but in practice, the industry in different countries may not be following these standards. Therefore, when a worker migrates from one country to another, it becomes difficult to measure the skills acquired in the past vis-a-vis the industry benchmarks in the country of migration. The fourth challenge is the qualifications. The qualifications acquired by a worker need to be mapped against learning outcomes and thus skills and competencies. The same qualification may have different learning outcomes across different countries. Thus, the skills and competencies acquired from such qualifications may also vary. What I'm trying to say here is that there is no standard definition of the expectations of skills and competencies from the industry. And therefore, when workers migrate from one country to another, they are not aware of what are the skill gaps and what are the needs for various skills and competencies to be developed so that they can find ready jobs in the local market. Some of the recommendations that I propose are the following. Participating countries in Asia Pacific region can agree on a standard credit system so that when workers migrate from one region to another, the local colleges and the local educational organizations in the host countries can recognize the efforts put in by a worker before they migrate from one country to the other, and they can define a learning pathway for these workers so that they can obtain advanced skills when they migrate from one country to another. Second recommendation is that countries should follow standards developed by ILO for benchmarking skills, competencies, and qualifications for various occupations and job roles. Third recommendation is setting the policy. An RPL policy. RPL stands for Recognition of Prior Learning. An RPL policy needs to be formulated with a detailed process for measuring skills and competencies of migrant workers and issuing them a standard skill level certificate or a UNESCO qualifications passport. Such a skill level certificate will help identify and benchmark the level of skills that a worker has when he migrates from one country to another. This skill level certificate will help to provide workers further jobs when they move into another country. The fourth recommendation is we need to develop guidelines for measuring skills and competencies for various job roles and occupations and the different levels at which these job roles are there in the local industry. The guidelines must also include enabling parameters for vertical and lateral mobility of workers. The fifth recommendation is that the industries in the local regions, the different stakeholders of the local community, the different colleges, schools, and universities, and others need to recognize, accept, and adopt the skill level certificate, which I mentioned earlier, or the UNESCO passport for purposes of further education and skill development as well as employment. These are the 5 recommendations from my end. I hope that I am well within the time allowed for me to speak. Thank you very much, and I will be happy to answer any questions that participants may have at a later time. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Perfectly in good time. And I think now we can move to the plenary time. The last speaker, she is not able to connect yet. And then we'll come back later. Yes. Yeah, we'll come back later if she can connect. Now we'll move to the plenary discussion. So first, I'd like to give the floor to member states. You have the list? Philippines? Okay, thank you. The Philippines first, thank you. You have the floor, the government of the Philippines, thank you.
Delegate from the Philippines, you have to release your microphone, sir, and unmute yourself.
All right. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, perfect. Go ahead, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Moderator, distinguished delegates to the review. We are pleased to share that the Philippines, a country that has long been established as a model in managing labor migration, continues to strive harder and contribute to the overall global objectives of making safe and orderly migration for all. As submitted in the voluntary survey for this round of review of the GCM implementation, overseas migration of Filipinos has been mostly regular and voluntary. As of December 2019, the Department of Foreign Affairs recorded about 10,376,773 overseas Filipinos, of which 62.8% are documented or permanent migrants. Some 29.6% are documented temporary migrants, and 7.4 are undocumented migrants. This translates into more than 2.1 million documented temporary labor migrants in 2019, based on the statistics of the Philippine Overseas Employment Administration, sustaining a proportion of about 12% of all households in the country having at least one overseas Filipino worker as a member, which was officially surveyed since 2018. Prior to the pandemic, the Philippines was well on its track at addressing social and economic challenges that drive Filipinos to migrate for reasons of work through the Philippine Development Plan 2017 to 2022 and the Ambition 2040. The said vision and master plans correspond to the objective number 2 of the GCM. On objective number 5, the Philippines continued to trailblaze in the area of reviewing and forging bilateral labor agreements with countries of destination for our overseas Filipino workers. The said agreements ensure that employers have been duly accredited with a licensed Philippine recruitment agency. The employment contracts of the workers have been duly verified by the Philippine Overseas Labor Office or have been authenticated or acknowledged by a Philippine embassy or consulate in jurisdiction. Other areas of cooperation in our bilateral labor agreements or BLAs include recruitment arrangements, employment standard setting, welfare, access to labor justice, access to welfare services, provision for future cooperation in social protection, and many more. As of 2019, 52 of these bilateral labor agreements, in addition to 5 regional agreements, are in effect. On objective number 6, facilitating fair and ethical recruitment and safeguarding conditions that ensure decent work, the POEA rules and regulations ensure that all documented temporary labor migrants leaving the country are in possession of verified employment contracts that contain minimum provisions on wages, rest days, leaves, repatriations, rights, and responsibilities. The Philippine government is also at work with International Organization for Migration in the pilot of an international recruitment integrity system, which ensures ethical recruitment and employer pays principle from the country of origin up to the country of work destination of labor migrants. Likewise, a due diligence toolkit for implementers of regulation in assisting very few directly hired workers achieve decent employment is being researched on and developed with the IOM and the POEA. The Philippines actively participates in the ASEAN Safe and Fair Migration Project and is managing a project in the education of overseas or migrant workers in ASEAN. Through the regulations being implemented by the Philippine government, certainty and predictability in outbound labor migration procedures are assured through a system of employment contract and job order verification, employer accreditation, as well as licensing of recruitment agencies. These are supported by online processing systems and ISO certified procedures. Skills development agreements, as well as mutual recognition agreements to benchmark, assess, and certify prior learning as commensurate to the education and qualification standards of countries of agreement continues to be a priority in order to ensure OFWs of their recognition in the frameworks of qualification of the country of destination and then enable them to afford the pay and benefits of a Filipino worker equal to that of a national doing the same kind of work. To date, our Professional Regulation Commission is implementing 8 mutual recognition agreements covering 19 professions. As the COVID-19 ravaged economies worldwide, the prospects for overseas employment appears to be temporarily bleak, and the cases for assistance and welfare on site are mounting day by day. The Philippine government reached out to our OFWs with temporary relief measures, cash assistance, health and medical assistance, repatriation assistance, as well as contracts enforcement services. In terms of policy, the Philippines is now gearing up with a revised migration chapter under the Philippine Development Plan that includes economic and employment recovery strategies for local and overseas employment. These strategies spell out reskilling, retooling, referral to gainful economic resources, as well as market re-entry and market niching strategies for our labor migrants. These re-entry strategies are a product of industry-wide and multi-stakeholder conversations and consultations. Supporting a whole of government and whole of society approach to sustaining the economy during COVID-19, the Philippines enacted 2 special laws, Bayanihan Act 1 and Bayanihan Act 2. These laws granted government agencies to implement emergency programs for workers that are displaced by the pandemic. There is also a cabinet-level body, the
Sir?
Interagency Task Force
Sir,
for
I'm
the
so sorry to
management of
interrupt.
emerging...
Could you sum up, please? Thank you.
Yes, Madam Moderator. I have 20 seconds. There is also a cabinet-level body, the Interagency Task Force for the management of emerging infectious diseases, that steers coherence in policy and programmatic action to address the pandemic at all levels. In closing, as vaccinations are rolling out, we are hopeful that we continue to contribute to the global objectives of not only safe and orderly migration, but also safe and healthy workers for the global workforce. Thank you, Madam Moderator, distinguished delegates.
Thank you.
Our sharing.
Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. Next, the government of Japan, please. You have the floor, sir. Go ahead. Are you able to connect? Okay. The government of Japan, please. Thank you.
So please release your mic and unmute yourself. You're fine. We can see you now.
Let's go ahead. We can see you. Thank you. Go ahead.
You need to unmute yourself, sir.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Go ahead, please, sir. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Moderator, for giving me the floor. Excellency and ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, today is the 10th anniversary of the Great East Japan earthquake. Japan really appreciates for all the support and kind work from the international community and will continue to make utmost efforts for the recovery and the development of the afflicted region. Madam Moderator, about Objective 5, Japan would like to explain 2 issues. One is the specified skilled worker system, and another is comprehensive measures for acceptance and the coexistence of foreign nationals. First, specified skilled worker systems were established on April 2019 in order to accept work-ready foreign nationals who have a certain level of expertise and skills in the industrial fields where labor shortage needs to be supplemented by foreign nationals. At the end of last year, the number of specified skilled workers in Japan was about 15,000. Under this system, foreign residents who have been registered under the status of residence specified skilled worker 1 are entrusted by the accepting organization or registered support organization so that they can work stably in Japan. It is obligatory to provide them various life support, such as providing opportunity for learning Japanese and supporting job changes. Accepting organizations which intend to conclude a specified skilled employment contract have to meet standards such as no violation of immigration or labor-related laws 5 years before or after the date of concluding the contract. In addition to this, the accepting organizations have to ensure the fulfillment of employment contracts and various modifications. If such obligations are neglected or they don't meet the required standards, such organizations are no longer able to accept foreigners with specific skills. In addition, in order to properly accept foreigners with specific skills from overseas, Government of Japan have been proceeding to conclude bilateral agreement that includes the establishment of a framework for information sharing with the aim of elimination of malicious intermediary organizations, brokers. We have already concluded the document with 13 countries as of the end of February this year. Next, about comprehensive measures for acceptance of coexistence of foreign nationals. In December 2018, the government has decided to come together to compile comprehensive measure for acceptance and coexistence of foreign nationals based on the establishment of the status of residence, specified skilled worker 1 and 2, from the perspective of more strongly and comprehensively promoting the measures for acceptance and coexistence of foreign nationals. The government has been proceeding: 1, provide multilingual information and utilization of plain Japanese on administrative procedures and living and develop a structure of counseling. 2, enhance Japanese language education. 3, measures for foreign national children for smooth acceptance of foreign nationals. And the comprehensive measure were revised twice. From the standpoint of continue to accept foreign nationals smoothly and properly, and further enhancing the environment to accept them, while taking appropriate action for the ongoing COVID-19 infection. I thank you, Madam Moderator.
Thank you so much, the Government of Japan. I'd like to now give the floor to the last panel speaker who were not able to connect earlier. Ms. Irene Xavier, you are there now. Can you take the floor for maximum 5 minutes, please? Thank you. Can you unmute yourself, please? Thank you.
Okay, I will speak very briefly about the challenges that domestic workers face in Malaysia. I think the biggest challenge that they face is that there are no laws in Malaysia to actually protect domestic workers. So even if there is an agreement with the country of origin, whenever there is a case, they cannot rely on Malaysian law to settle the case. So what happens is domestic workers, whenever they have a case that cannot be settled, the workers are just sent back. That is because in the Malaysian law, Employment Act, they actually have exempted the domestic workers from all the major rights that have been accorded to all workers. So they have no decent work at all, no hours of work specified, no wages, no maternity leave, no rest days. All of these basic laws, domestic workers are denied in Malaysia. And I think that stands as the biggest obstacle. The second challenge I would like to talk about is recruitment. The recruitment process may look good on paper, but in practice, it is fraught with a lot of corruption. So for example, migrant workers come in with visas for whatever quota that is available in Malaysia. For example, there may be a quota left to recruit cleaners. So they come in as cleaners and then they end up working anywhere else. So when they get into any problems, then there is a great confusion because their so-called employer is not really employing them. They are now they're being employed by somebody else. And so this makes it very difficult for them to access justice. The good things that have happened for migrant workers is in the case of Philippines and Indonesia, there are organizations that organize the Filipino domestic workers, and there are organizations that organize the Indonesian domestic workers. So domestic workers have a place where they can turn to. But yet again, if there's a problem, if the matter cannot be settled amicably with the employer, then what happens is the workers are finally just sent back. Because again, there is no proper legal framework in Malaysia. This is now being challenged, and the courts are taking a more progressive view of this. So for example, the court is saying that the immigration status of a domestic worker doesn't matter to her getting her employment rights. So this is quite new in Malaysian judicial case history. The employer has appealed against this, so we are waiting for the appeal to be settled. But there are people now beginning to challenge in the courts because we cannot get much justice in the Labor Department, in the Ministry of Labor. And the second thing that we have seen in the case of migrant workers is that the global supply chains are now taking heed of things like forced labor. And this is actually helping the cases to be exposed, the abuse to be exposed. But what we can do is still left to be seen. We need to use this to think about how we can improve the situation of migrant workers. And finally, I would like to end by saying that in Malaysia, we need a comprehensive policy in the whole area of recruitment and management of migrant workers. Without such a policy, we are only doing piecemeal things, and the situation actually doesn't change. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Xavier, for your contribution to the panel discussion on very important issue that you talk about. Next, I'd like to come back to the floor, the plenary conversations. I'd like to give the floor to the government of Indonesia. After that, will be the government of Turkmenistan. The government of Indonesia first. Go ahead, sir. Indonesia, please. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. My voice is clearly. Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead. Please go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Chair, and good morning, everyone, panelists, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished delegates. In this opportunity, we would like to share our experiences and views on the second guiding question regarding regular labor migrations. In line with the GCM objective, so the government of Indonesia has developed policies to protect the rights of the migrant workers, extending from their area of origin throughout their destinations. In this regard, we have implemented progressive policies, among others. First, developing one-stop integrated service offices in the region of the origin of Indonesian migrant workers to raise awareness of the candidate migrant workers, share comprehensive information on labor migration process, and provide supporting service to ensure protection prior to and after employment. Second, establishing Migrant Resources Center to provide case management, legal assistance, as well as gender-responsive services for the women migrant workers. Third, developing an online portal Care of Indonesian Citizen that provides consular services for overseas Indonesian citizens. In order to realize accurate migration data, this portal is integrated with other service platforms, including migration and employment services, as well as social security systems. Fourth, ensuring reintegration process of migrants by establishing the Productive Migrant Village program to ensure former migrant worker ability to enter into labor market in their place of origin, and encourage the change of remittance management from consumption to production. Related to COVID-19, the COVID-19 pandemic has exacerbated challenges for Indonesian migrant workers due to the termination of employment and the travel restriction measures. We have some policies that take in the effort to mitigate these challenges by, among others, first, providing more than 500,000 basic needs package for those affected. Intensifying cooperation and consular access and notification for repatriations as well as evacuation process. Providing training program to enhance their skill and knowledge to fill higher level and create new entrepreneurs. Last but not least, so the COVID-19 is an eye-opener for us that the 23 GCM objectives are related to each other, and therefore, all national effort will be limited without international cooperation. For the additional, for all the panelists, thank you for the inputs. So Indonesia protects the migrant worker better. So I would like to thank you to chair, moderator, and panelists, and so distinguished guests. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next, I'd like to give the floor to Turkmenistan, to be followed by Vietnam. Turkmenistan, please, you have the floor.
Здравствуйте, нас слышно?
Hello, can you hear us? Distinguished moderator, distinguished heads of delegations, please allow me to talk about the GSM in 4 different areas, which allows us to see where the government is working on several objectives. As part of the voluntary, safe, orderly, and regular migration, we believe that it is important to create procedures that are simple and transparent, that allow access to migration and reduce the negative factors that affect migration, and create the necessary conditions for migrants to work. We also must remember the qualification of the migrants and the development of their skills. The accessibility to the migration procedures in the country is achieved by improving various parts of the procedure of the migration process. We use electronic technologies, including online applications, getting visas, registration, getting passports and other documents, IDs, and also feedback online with the migrants and electronic help with documents. We pay special attention to informing migrants about their rights and responsibilities and new points of law, as well as new channels of migrations, and improving the flexibility of legislation. In Turkmenistan, we also have special electronic sites that work with various government bodies. We also allow work together with the media, the various heads of resource centers that exist, and when we work with local administration in Turkmenistan, the policy is to try to eliminate all negative aspects of migrations. First of all, we try to improve social and economic plight of migrants, of vulnerable groups, which would reduce the negative impacts of various factors on migrations and on migrants themselves. We also invest into the development of human capital, in education, in professional skill development, in education, improving labor laws, and reduce the loss of specialists from the country. The country works on Agenda 2030, including the Addis Ababa program, the Paris Agreement, and the Sendai Framework Agreement. Various programs from 2015 to 2030. We have various programs, the National Presidential Program of Socioeconomic Development from 2019 to 2025. The government of Turkmenistan has been working with the UN and has signed various memoranda with the UN in order to implement the SDGs. Working with the Sendai Framework Program from 2019 to 2025, we have various measures that reduce risks, and we work with various mechanisms that improve the readiness of our government bodies. As we worked in the third international conference in disaster risk reduction in our region, we have created a regional center. And this center works on technologies in order to work on climate in this region. When it comes to SDGs on the national level, we have created several bodies that help our migrants and people who move in and out of the country, creating new jobs, allow increases in wages, as well as both state and private sector, SMEs, improving economic conditions, which allows to reduce risks and provides social guarantees. in order to improve the skills of the workers and working on migrant flows and improve the safety of migration in Turkmenistan. We have worked on education of specialists in various state bodies that communicate with migrants and victims of human trafficking. We also improve the skills of the workers, of the migrants and their members of their families. They must know their rights and obligations.
To the government of Vietnam and to be followed by SATUC from South Asia. I was reminded that you have to press a request to speak. Nepal first, not Vietnam? Okay, sorry, Vietnam has dropped from the list, so Nepal, SATUC, please go ahead. Thank you. Please request to speak. But you have to press request to speak. I was reminded that to get the floor, please. SATUC, are you there from Nepal? Maybe connecting problem again, because I saw that it was on the list earlier. So can you hear us? If you request to speak, then you take the floor. No?
Mr. Laxman Basnet, would you please press request to speak button?
Can you please press the request to speak button, Mr. Basnat, Brother Basnat? Can you hear us? Or otherwise, give the floor to Government of Vietnam first. The Government of Vietnam is there. The Government of Vietnam, why don't you go ahead? You take the floor first. I saw Vietnam is back. Yes, please go ahead. Thank you. The Government of Vietnam first, and we'll come back to SATUC after that. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead. We can hear you. 1 minute,
Okay,
please. Thank you.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Good morning from Hanoi. Thank you very much for inviting me to have the chance to speak some information about our country regarding the issue. As you know, that Vietnam is one of the most countries affected by the climate change. And we issued a national plan on climate change adaptation for 2021 to 2030, with a vision towards 2050 to ensure livelihoods, minimize factors that cause displacement, including a number of measures such as issuing a set of climate risk assessment criteria, improving risk management system, strengthening the community resilience and adaptation. Labor migration is currently the dominant migration type in Vietnam. Women migrant workers account for about 30% of all contract-based migrant workers. For 2014 until 2019, there are more than 100,000 contract-based migrant workers each year. During the COVID-19 pandemic, a number of Vietnamese migrant workers have lost their job and face pay cuts. Many others have to return home and receive support by the laws of Vietnam. We also signed a number of bilateral agreements on labor cooperation. However, there is still no bilateral agreement on recognition of occupational qualification and skills. And we recently issued the law on Vietnamese guest workers this last year, 2020, which replaced the 01 issued in 2006, and is planning to explore the possibility of ratifying relevant conventions during 2020, 2030, including the International Convention on the Protection of Rights of all migrant workers and members of their families, and ILO Convention number 97, number 143, number 181, and other protocol of 2014 to Forced Labor Convention number 29. Thank you very much for listening, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. Now I come to our last speaker, Satuk from Nepal. Are you connected? Secretariat, do we know if Brother Basnat is able to connect? If not, we will conclude. This is our last speaker on the list. Can we conclude then? What do you say?
Can we give it another minute
Another
or
few
so?
seconds.
We're
Yes,
trying
we have 2 minutes. So let's give it 1 second for the last speaker to connect. Yeah, there he is. Okay. Go ahead, Brother Basnet, go ahead from Satuk. You have the floor. You have to press request to speak. Please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please. 1 minute,
Okay.
please.
1 minute.
Yeah, please. 1 minute. Thank you.
Dear moderator, thank you very much for having me. I'm just going to talk in 1 minute that the most important thing of this COVID-19 has happened during this 1 year period, and GCM calls for a collaboration between inside the country and between the countries. So we see the lack of collaboration, and a lot of workers were held in the country of destination and they could not come back, and they were desperate, and the countries had to send, the unions had to send the mental health. So it is a big challenge that the first of all to successfully implement the GCM is collaboration inside the country, collaboration between the country and the government is the most important thing. The other thing is, during the COVID, a lot of people came back with the wage theft, and they were not paid, and the tickets they had to buy themselves. The medicine was not given properly. So this is another thing what we say. The standard contract is not, it was not implemented. Standard contract is a very crucial thing. Whatever the contract was, that the wage was not paid accordingly, and social protection. The main thing is decent work. Decent work was not implemented in the country of destination. Gap between the law and the implementation is widening, and the passport confiscation is going on. Unfortunately, to protect the workers in the country of destination, there is no right. The basic thing is right to organize. They are not being able to organize themselves and voice their grievances to the authorities. So these are the basic problems. I think this review will standardize a basic floor level, that after 2 years of GCM, we have reached the basic minimum standard of implementation in all over the countries, in 152 countries, those who came to Marrakesh, and they voluntarily signed. Nobody signed, forced them to sign it. So I hope after the review, the country of origin and destination both will have a minimum white paper that, okay, in 2 years we have reached in this, and all the stakeholders, all the governments, all the departments of the government come to a agreement that, okay, this is how we want to go further to implement GCM in next 5 year, 2 year, or before the full review happens in 2 years' time from now. So I would like to thank you very much, Madam Moderator, for your support and for your patience and for your hearing my saying. Thank you very much, Madam.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, Brother Basnat. So, delegates, participants, panelists, colleagues and friends, we come to the end of the roundtable. I think the session has really offered a very rich sets of perspective that has been discussed this morning. All speakers and panelists, I think, have really brought forward many important points, issues, concrete ideas, proposals as the way forward. I believe that many of these are really important and will make important contribution to achieve
Do you think I
voluntary,
did good enough?
regular,
Okay. I
safe,
read almost all
orderly migration from the experience of governments and also different stakeholders who have contributed to the discussion this morning. I would like to really once again thank you all for your active participation. I also would like to thank colleagues who have been working hard to prepare this roundtable, colleagues from UNESCO, from UNFCCC, from ILO, and from the network, UN network on migration. Last but not least, the interpreters, the secretariat, the technicians, thank you so much for all your support for a very good, smooth session we have today. Thank you so much. Over to you, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to thank the moderator, panelists, and delegates for their active participation. The meeting has now concluded its deliberation under agenda item 3A on ensuring that migrants are safe and orderly. We now move to agenda item 3B, entitled Protecting Migrants Through Right-Based Border Governance and Border Management Measures. Again, this session will feature a panel discussion. After the discussion, there will be time for an open discussion with member and associate member. I now have the honor to invite Mr. Julian Gassani, Deputy Regional Representative, Asia Pacific Office, UNODC, to introduce the panelists and moderate the discussion. Mr. Gassani, please join me on the rostrum.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Welcome, everyone, and thank you very much for the introduction of this panel. Distinguished delegates and participants, I am pleased to welcome you to this second roundtable of the day, where the discussion will focus on protecting migrants through rights-based border governance and border management measures. As you know, border management and border governance are central to achieving safe and orderly and regular migration. They are also central to the migration experience. What migrants expect to experience at the border informs their decisions throughout the migration cycle, the routes they take, how they live and work in transit, and when they reach their destination as well, and also the options they have for return. So this roundtable discussion will address actually several of the objectives of the Global Compact for Migration. And the purpose of the interventions that we will hear today and the exchanges that we will have a little bit later on is really to learn from stakeholders' experience and also to exchange views, to take stock of the overall progress of the implementation towards the objectives of the Global Compact that are relevant to this roundtable, to identify key challenges and gaps and opportunities and emerging issues, and identify, establish, and emerging good practices and lessons learned, and finally also, hopefully, to formulate recommendations and ways forward and key priorities. So, to do that, what we will have today are 5 speakers who will help us out in reaching those objectives, and this will be followed by a session with questions and answers, hopefully. To the 5 speakers that I will introduce one by one, as just before they take the floor each time, I would like to remind them that they have 8 to 10 minutes maximum for their intervention, and they will be reminded of time, of course, by myself. But without any further ado, let's move to our first speaker, who's a very special speaker, and it is my honor to introduce Miss Amporn, who is our youth speaker. Miss Amporn is a Taishan ethnic youth and a migrant stateless child. She is from the Youth Beam Education Foundation and is an active member of the Children on the Move and Protection on the Move network. She actively engages in the Child Consultation Committee team that is linked to the ASEAN Declaration on the Rights of Children in the context of migration. And that team collaborates with civil society and the Thai government to create a positive change in policies and practices for migrants and stateless children in Thailand. So, Ms. Amporn, you will have the floor in 1 second. Just know that we will have consecutive interpretation for this intervention that will be done by Ms. Daoram, who is from Terre des Hommes in Germany, but in Thailand. Ms. Amporn, the floor is yours.
Hello everyone, my name is Amporn. I'm 15 years old. I study at Beam Foundation Education. At Beam Education Foundation, Children on the Move Protection and the Move Network.
I'm Amporn. I'm the youth representative of Children on the Move and Protection on the Move Children and Youth Network. I speak on behalf of the children who are on the move in Thailand.
ก่อนอื่นต้องขอบคุณผู้ใหญ่ใจดีทุกท่านนะคะที่ให้พวกหนูได้มีโอกาสเข้ามาร่วมในงานภูมิภาคนี้ซึ่งมีความสำคัญกับเด็กเคลื่อนย้ายทั่วโลกค่ะ
First of all, we would like to express our gratitude to all of you, all adults who support us to be here, which is these meetings. It's really important for the people on the move all around the world.
ค่ะก่อนหน้านั้นพวกหนูได้มีโอกาสส่งเสียงของพวกเราในปฏิญาณอาเซียนนะคะซึ่งหนูรู้สึกว่ามันสำคัญกับพวกหนูและการประชุมในครั้งนี้ก็ตื่นเต้นกับพวกหนูมากๆค่ะ
And before we also have the opportunity can join to raise our voices and also provide our recommendation to ASEAN declarations on the rights of the children on context of migration, which is also exciting and also important for all of us, not only me, to be here with you today.
ค่ะพวกหนูเด็กเคลื่อนย้ายมีความฝันที่อยากจะให้ทุกท่านร่วมกันทำให้มันเป็นจริงค่ะ
We as children on the move, we had the dream, which like every other child that would like to get support from all of you to make our dream come true.
ประเด็นแรกคือเรื่องการศึกษานะคะก่อนอื่นต้องขอบคุณรัฐบาลไทยที่ให้โอกาสพวกหนูได้มีการศึกษาค่ะ
Here is our recommendation for the solution, but anyhow, I would like to start with the education rights. We would like to thank you for the Thai government to provide the access to education opportunity in Thailand for children and youth on the move.
แม้ว่าพ่อแม่ของเราจะไม่สามารถสนับสนุนให้การศึกษาแก่พวกเราได้ก็ตามค่ะ
That opportunity given to us, even our parents cannot afford it.
พวกเราอยากให้เด็กเคลื่อนย้ายทุกคนได้รับการศึกษาอย่างต่อเนื่องและไม่จำกัดค่ะ
Children on the move need to have the same opportunity and quality of the education continuously and without any conditions.
เพราะการศึกษาส่งเสริมให้พวกเราดีขึ้นและได้รับโอกาสอย่างเท่าเทียมเพื่อทำให้พวกเรามีความฝันเพื่อทำให้ความฝันของพวกเราได้เป็นจริงค่ะ
Because the education must accessible for all of us and develop the education that adopted from migrant children's educations empower us, enable us to participate and have equal opportunity for live our better life.
ประเด็นต่อไปคือเรื่องสถานะบุคคลนะคะประเทศไทยมีความก้าวหน้าในเรื่องนี้เป็นอย่างมากค่ะแต่ยังมีเด็กเคลื่อนย้ายหลายคนที่ยังไม่ได้การยอมรับไม่ว่าจะเป็นในประเทศใดก็ตามค่ะ
Next issue that I would like to bring to all of you here is about the legal status. Thailand have a lot of progress on this issue, but anyhow, some of children on the move still not accepted by any country that they are live in.
พวกเราเด็กเคลื่อนย้ายไปในประเทศต่างๆต้องได้รับการสำรวจและมีสถานะบุคคลในประเทศนั้นๆค่ะ
We think all the children who live in any country should be able to register and should be recognized by any state.
ซึ่งเป็นหลักแรกและด่านสำคัญที่ทำให้พวกเราเข้าถึงบริการต่างๆและทำให้ชีวิตของพวกเราดีขึ้นค่ะ
Having the legal status is also an entry point to access to the service and also a well-being of children on the move.
ค่ะประเด็นที่3นะคะเรื่องการยุติความรุนแรงการถูกเลือกปฏิบัติค่ะพวกเราต้องการกฎหมายปกป้องคุ้มครองเด็กเคลื่อนย้ายที่ควบคุมการถูกทำความรุนแรงในรูปแบบต่างๆค่ะ
Next, I would like to mention about the end all violence against the children on the move and discrimination. We need the laws and also child protection system to help the children like us to be stronger and really protect us from all form of violence and discrimination.
รวมทั้งการใช้แรงงานเด็กเพื่อไม่ให้มีการถูกเลือกปฏิบัติต่อเด็กเคลื่อนย้ายค่ะ
This should be include fight against the worst form of child labor and all form of child labor.
ค่ะได้ขอให้ร่วมกันเปลี่ยนทัศนคติของผู้คนต่อการเลือกปฏิบัติของเด็กเคลื่อนย้ายค่ะ
We need the campaign to change the mindsets of the people from them to stop any form of discrimination against children on the move to begin with.
ค่ะประเด็นต่อไปคือด้านบริการทางสุขภาพนะคะซึ่งเป็นสิทธิขั้นพื้นฐานของเด็กทุกคนค่ะ
Next is about the healthcare. Healthcare is the basic rights of every child.
ค่ะประเทศไทยมีความก้าวหน้าเป็นอย่างมากในการพัฒนาระบบบริการสุขภาพนะคะทำให้เข้าถึงแก่เด็กเคลื่อนย้ายในประเทศไทยค่ะ
In Thailand, a lot of progress has been made in making the healthcare service more accessible for children on the move.
ค่ะและเพื่อทำให้มั่นใจว่าไม่มีเด็กคนไหนถูกละทิ้งในการได้รับบริการอย่างเท่าเทียมเราเองก็อยากจะได้รับหลักประกันสุขภาพเช่นกันค่ะ
However, for preventing the discrimination of children on the move remain critical to ensure that no children is left behind. We must access to the healthcare universal coverage scheme.
ค่ะประเด็นสุดท้ายนะคะเรื่องการย้ายถิ่นฐานปลอดภัยค่ะเช่นเมื่อก่อนเพื่อนๆของพวกหนูได้ถูกการค้ามนุษย์และยังถูกกักขังเพียงเพราะย้ายถิ่นค่ะ
And the final remark that I would like to tell to all of you about the safe migration. Some of our friends have been trafficked or detained because of they are on the move.
ค่ะนั่นทำให้พวกเรารู้สึกเศร้ามากค่ะการเป็นเด็กย้ายถิ่นไม่ใช่การที่ผิดนะคะพวกเราอยากให้มีนโยบายที่ทำให้เด็กเคลื่อนย้ายทุกคนได้ปลอดภัยค่ะ
This makes us very sad. Being on the move is not a crime. So please help us to establish the policy that make us have safe migration.
ค่ะพวกเรามีความเชื่อมั่นเป็นอย่างยิ่งมากค่ะว่าสักวันความฝันของพวกเราจะเป็นจริงและพวกเราจะไม่ยอมแพ้จนกว่าความฝันนั้นจะเป็นจริงค่ะ
We have the strong belief that someday we can make our dream a reality. Until then, we will keep active at the world citizenship.
ค่ะสิ่งสำคัญที่อยากจะทิ้งไว้ในวันนี้นะคะพวกเราอยากจะมีส่วนร่วมในทุกๆการตัดสินใจที่เกี่ยวข้องกับพวกเราค่ะ
And the important point, we would like to see more and more that children and youth on the move have the right to participate in decision made about us.
เราต้องมีสิทธิ์ที่จะบอกความฝันของตัวเองและในขณะเดียวกันความฝันของพวกเราก็ต้องได้ยอมรับการรับฟังเช่นเดียวกับงานประชุมในครั้งนี้ค่ะ
Our dream is to speak out as well as to be heard by decision maker like today. This global compact of migration give their participation to be with you today.
ค่ะและต้องขอบคุณผู้ใหญ่ทุกท่านนะคะที่ให้โอกาสหนูได้เข้ามาพูดในเวทีนี้และพอในฐานะตัวแทนเด็กและเยาวชนขอบคุณทุกท่านมากๆค่ะ
That's really meaningful for our participation today. We hope our children on the move will have the same opportunity like me to make our dream come true and participate in every decision. Thank you very much.
ขอบคุณค่ะ
ขอบคุณค่ะ
Ms. Amporn, thank you very much for your intervention. Thank you very much for being spot on the 8 minutes, and also for the very clear, articulated intervention you've made. I think all the recommendations are very well noted. Now let's move to our second speaker, who is Dr. Alia Yunusova. Dr. Yunusova was appointed as the Child Rights Ombudsperson for Uzbekistan in 2020, and prior to this appointment, she worked for 15 years as a member of the Committee on Democratic Institutions, NGOs, and civil self-government bodies at the legislative chamber of the Oli Majlis in Uzbekistan. Prior to that, she worked as the head of the education department of the National Center for Human Rights of Uzbekistan. Dr. Yunusova, welcome, and you have the floor, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Moderator, ladies and gentlemen, dear ladies and gentlemen, participants, with the COVID-19 pandemic, we have found how vulnerable migrants are, considering they have very little access to the healthcare system and generally to social protection. It is migrants in particular who feel severely the quarantine regimes. There is not a single government that can alone resolve the problems connected with migration. Migration policy requires cooperation at the international level throughout society and with the involvement of governmental structures and in compliance with international law. Uzbekistan took part in the 46th meeting of the Human Rights Committee of the UN, and we stressed the essential aspects of the democratic transformation in Uzbekistan, one aspect of which is the reduction of the number of stateless people in line with the recommendations of Mr. Guterres. Measures to reduce the number of stateless persons included the granting of ID papers to 50 such persons in my country last year. We have a whole set of measures for migrants, including education, employment, and social protection for them and their families. Over the past few years, 10 different legal instruments have been adopted for regulating migration. And we now have a process for pre-departure processing, for placement in education and employment once they have arrived, and then further education. We provide legal support to these persons. We have an attaché, an official position on migration issues in connection with the institutions for the defense of human rights in Uzbekistan. We have a national commission on the issues of migration. As regards reintegration of labor migrants returning home, our ministry has a special department devoted to these reintegration issues. A new type of services has been introduced in relation to employment subsidies, supported by the government. There are, of course, great hazards in terms of the protection of the safety of children. The best interests of children must be at the core of our strategies and practices in migration. Access for these children must be provided for all mechanisms of protection, be it social and otherwise, and their right to life within the family and their reunion possibilities with their families must be upheld. We have sought to massively repatriate mainly women and children. In the years 2019-2020, we adopted concrete measures to resolve the issues of Uzbekistanis in situations of distress abroad, providing legal support and repatriation support. We repatriated 155 women with children and a number of unaccompanied children who were in conflict zones in Iraq and Syria. On the 2nd of March 2021, we returned 18 children and 6 women from Afghanistan. Overall, more than 300 women and children have been repatriated using every possible measure available. We have a plan of action to support returning families and women and children, with particular support for children over the age of 10 who were at risk of various forms of prosecution. Children being recognized as victims is an essential point according to international law. In Uzbekistan, we also encountered the problem of people who had lost all their papers and ID. We took measures to ensure the provision of proper ID papers to our displaced persons in places like Syria and Iraq. A major role is also played by UNICEF through its experts who help us align with international standards. UNICEF has supported our government in terms of search and rescue of displaced children, in particular, unaccompanied children. We receive training in terms of norms and standards, in terms of psychological support to victims. A careful examination has made it possible for us to select strategies for very rapid reintegration without institutionalization. This has been a key for reduced stigmatization and for successful, fast reintegration into society. A document on repatriation and reintegration of children who were victims in various situations in Syria and Iraq. And we use this as very positive experience. Our lessons learned are, in particular, the importance of early planning of repatriation with our partners, the preparation of necessary measures before the arrival home of these victims. Measures have to be undertaken even when they're in transit to facilitate the further process of supporting them in their reintegration. Additional measures need to be invested in supportive measures of, in particular, psychosocial assistance. Professional education needs to be provided to the mothers, in particular. Psychosocial support also is very important for them to be able to take good care of their families. The UN, including the UNICEF, need to better interconnect their existing health and education programs for support to returning families, in particular with concrete measures as appropriate. Ladies and gentlemen, of course, I have very little time, so I cannot cover in detail every aspect of this issue, of the paradigm. But to reach the goals of the GCM, the prevention of trafficking in people, in children, support to successful repatriation and return, and other such important issues, the interests and rights of children must be at the core of what we do, and every possible measure must be taken to implement GCM through this particular angle of protecting the interests and rights of children. I would also like to emphasize that at the 46th session of the Council of Human Rights of the UN, the ambassador of Uzbekistan assured that Uzbekistan will consistently implement all its international obligations in this connection within the implementation of the SDGs. To conclude, I look forward to further productive cooperation, and I extend my best wishes to all, understanding that our work will be useful for the implementation of all recommendations. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yunusova, and thank you again for remaining within the time assigned to you. It was very good to learn more about the good practices in place in Uzbekistan, and also to hear from you what you think would be good recommendations and ways forward to tackle the issues that you mentioned in your speech. So let's now move to our third speaker, who is Mr. Roy Soemirat. He is the Director for International Security and Disarmament at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Indonesia. And since joining the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in 2000, he has held various positions and was assigned several times in various capacities to the Indonesian mission to the UN in New York, and also to the Indonesian mission to the UN in Geneva. Without further ado, Mr. Soemirat, you have the floor. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I hope you can hear me well. Through you, I would like to thank UN ESCAP and the UN Network on Migration for convening this meeting, in particular for inviting us to participate in this particular roundtable. I try to be brief and also try to make it interactive, as interactive as possible, as it is intended to be. For sure, from the day one of the creations of the GCM, Indonesia is a strong supporter of the GCM. We consider GCM as a main global framework in realizing safe, orderly, and regular migration governance. And since then, we continue taking any efforts and any steps to implement effectively the GCM objective domestically. Some clusters of activities that we are trying to do in order to implement GCM. For example, we try to strengthen coordination among relevant stakeholders internally, because at the end of the day, there is nobody that can work only by themselves when we are talking about implementations. And in this regard, we're also holding outreach program at the center and local level, because sometimes we need to make sure that anything that is going to be taken in the national level should be mirrored or should be, followed properly by activities in the local level. We also conducted various implementation reviews of the GCM, and also we try to develop a national action plan with regard to the implementation of GCM itself. I also need to mention that we are parties to 8 out of 9 international human rights instruments, as well as party to the UN Convention Against Transnational Organized Crimes and its protocols on trafficking in person and migrant smuggling. Therefore, anything that we are conducting under the GCM framework will also be always in line with all those international human rights instrument that we have already parties to. For example, on a legal framework, we also just finalizing the National Action Plan on Human Rights that will reinforce our policy to provide protection to the migrant workers, including their families. We also have implemented several measures to raise public awareness on the danger of human trafficking through public information campaigns. In the border management related aspect, we also open around 10 state border crossing aimed to anticipate irregular crossing of people and goods, particularly human or drugs trafficking. We consider by opening this crossing, it is going to be even more easier for the government to regulate, to monitor all activities that needed in order to avoid the possible irregular crossing of people or goods. Let me use this opportunity also, Mr. Moderator, to touch the issue of Bali process. Together with our colleague from Australia, we consider that one of our major contribution in addressing the issue of irregular migrations is by initiating the establishment of Bali process in 2002. So it's almost 20 years now. And we currently have 49 members and all members of ASEAN countries are also participating in the Bali process. The establishment of the Bali process itself is a clear evidence of the intention from country in the region to strengthen regional efforts to tackle people smuggling and trafficking in person, as well as other related transnational crimes. And it is quite important to note that the Bali process is quite unique, since this is one of the, I don't know whether, as far as I know, this is so far is the only regional consultative process that managed to bring various stakeholders sitting all together to discuss about challenges that's already becoming common concern in terms of bringing all countries of origin, transit, and destinations. Why I brought up these particular issues? Because we consider the biggest challenges actually when we are talking about handling irregular movement of people is the differences of priorities among those three category of countries, destinations, transit, and country of origin. Of course, they have their own views and what do you call it, priorities or policies in tackling the challenges. And of course, it's not easy to find at least common denominator in various cases, but at least by manage to sit together in one particular forum and creating a regular opportunity to compare notes, or even to some extent to find practical measures to handle some of the challenges, it is already clear that this forum is very useful. And in this regard, we always emphasize that there is a need for us to sit all together in the forum by having spirit of burden sharing and shared responsibility. We are not talking about burden shifting, but we have to emphasize on the burden sharing and shared responsibility. And therefore, we also always calls upon all countries to not only saying its commitment, but also taking various concrete measures in order to implement their responsibility in addressing the challenges posed by irregular movement of people. And even sometimes, for example, some countries, including Indonesia, we have to go beyond our international legal obligations. We are not parties to the refugees conventions, but we have already taken so many efforts, so many measures that is even already beyond our legal standing. But it's fine because we are in a position to do so at that particular moment. But of course, in this regard, we also would like to call upon any other countries to also adhere to their international obligation, especially countries who are parties to the Refugees Convention. And maybe lastly, Mr. Moderator, if I may touch about the issue of COVID. The COVID pandemic has been a tremendous challenge in our region for the upholding the spirit of multilateralism and international cooperation in addressing these challenges. More and more countries, unfortunately, now are looking inwards, as of course all of us are struggling to cushion the impact of COVID-19 for our countries. This is a particularly difficult time for poor and developing countries, especially those with minimum resources. Therefore, we consider there is a need for us to underline or even to re-underline the importance of this particular burden sharing and shared responsibility to tackle this issue altogether proportionately. And of course, as a strong supporter of multilateralism, Indonesia will always be active in various meetings and various consultative forums that address issue of irregular migration, including a conference of the state parties of the UNTOC, as well as the GFMD, the Global Forum on Migration and Development. So I'll stop there. So maybe just in case, maybe we need to expand our discussion during question and answer session. If there is any, I will be willing to do so. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sumirat, for outlining some of the salient points of what Indonesia is doing when it comes to irregular migration, also outlining the key features and added value of the Bali process. It is true that this is a process extremely useful in tackling any type, especially emergency issues, but longer term policy as well. And of course, the impact of COVID, we're all feeling it. You're at home, not in the room with us, for instance, which is a pity. Okay, so now let's move to our next speaker, who is Miss Mumina Wahid, who is the Commissioner for the National Human Rights Commission of the Maldives. And she's holding that position at the moment after having had several other positions in that commission, including that of Director and Planning Officer. Prior to her appointment in September 2020, Ms. Wahid was a consultant on the delivery of the labor and employment mandates of the Ministry of Economic and Development. So without further ado, Ms. Wahid, you have the floor. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I hope you can hear me. You can hear me, right? Thank you so much for the opportunity. Actually, before I give you, before I touch the details of the issues that we have, let me tell you a bit about the current situation. The current situation here in Maldives is we have around 160,000 documented migrant workers, and according to the official records, it says like 60,000 undocumented migrant workers we have here in Maldives. This is like the total migrant population is like more than 1/3 of the population, and mostly people live in the capital city of the Maldives, Male. There are some milestones that we have achieved as well, and there are some concerns that we still have here in Maldives. Some milestone, I would say that human trafficking issue is a serious crime and a grave violation of human rights and human dignity. And the government of Maldives is genuinely, I would say, committed to combat all forms of human trafficking in Maldives. And the Anti-Human Trafficking Act 12/2013 marks as a milestone in the government's effort to combat human trafficking. As per the international best practices, the legislation includes 3 main components of criminalization, prevention, and rehabilitation of victims. Therefore, for the first time, the law makes trafficking in person a crime offense in Maldives. The law also criminalizes forced labor, fraudulent recruitment, and the act of human trafficking. However, still the law needs a revision because the meaning of trafficking and the way the victim is being identified, there's a revision which we request as well. And Human Rights Commission is working with government to actually promote the rights of migrant workers as well. Maldives is party to 7 international co-conventions, but Maldives is not party to Migrant Workers International Convention. The newly revised expatriate regulation, which has been gazetted end of last year, and a revision this year, early this year as well. This regulation provides rights, accountability of employers, and a mechanism to address safe migration. It also guarantees adequate standard of living for migrant workers. It includes accommodation guidelines for migrant workers and requires employers to provide it. This is the first time the government has included this in a regulation and trying to enforce it. I must say that the regulation is very good, but the implementation, which requires more effort as well. And as Human Rights Commission, we will be looking into this. We will be monitoring this regulation. Migrant workers issue is multi-layered and multifaceted issues, which we require with the sending countries organizations as well. I would say the barrier that we have in direct communication currently is the bureaucratic system that is in place. I would suggest that if the government maybe Foreign Ministry facilitates a direct communication and collaboration mechanism within the embassies and agencies, or maybe the sending countries and receiving countries organization, it would be a more good way of collaborating within the organization, and this eliminates barriers and eliminate communication gaps that we have currently. And it also enables technical experts to communicate directly with their counterparts and in other countries. Also, I would say that no country can resolve migrant workers' issues on their own. So the collaboration is a very important thing. As a partners, we can resolve this issue. The recent program, I wouldn't say it's recent, but in past years, we have done regularization programs in Maldives. All the regularization programs except the one that has been started on 2019. We do not have a mechanism to identify who the person is actually. We do not use the biometric systems and all. The reason for that is, according to immigration, the biometric is not stored and recorded, and this is not an easy thing to use while doing regularization programs. But the programs that has been started in 2019 while I was there in Economic Ministry, say that program is quite impressive, and a lot of improvements was there. And through that program, we used the biometric system to identify the migrant workers. So it was like a very few people we couldn't identify because there was no record of these people. All others being identified. And this regularization program actually, the good thing about this is it allows migrant workers to even register in the system, and the state, the government without penalizing these undocumented migrant workers, they allow them to register and legalize within the system. And they also, the registration allows them to include their occupation, their skills, and all, where the employers who wants to bring new people to the country, new migrant workers to the country, they, without bringing a new one, they can choose from this portal, and they can do job matching and all. So this allows undocumented workers to legalize, and this allows undocumented workers who do not have a fixed or job, or people who been victims of trafficking, to get a formal or a permanent job, I must say. And but there were a few issues within the system, but I would say it's because lack of collaboration. Because when there are needs of to make a documentation of migrant workers who do not have a formal documentation, embassy's collaboration is required. So this was a challenge, and I must say that due to COVID-19, we also had faced a lot of problems. People who lived in unfavorable living condition, the government provided for some the temporary shelters, and the government also provided them free health care and vaccination also. I must say that this is a good thing, but still we need to do a lot of work on this area. I think my time is up. I can discuss more issues later when you give a question, or maybe when a question is being asked. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Wahid, for explaining a little bit more the situation in the Maldives, and also what has been done, and including on the measures that have been taken by your government, the use of biometry. Indeed, using new technology does help quite a lot. Now let's move to our last speaker, but not the least important, of course, Ms. Carolina Gotardo. Ms. Gotardo is the Executive Director of the International Detention Coalition and has held senior management positions in different human rights organizations across countries in Asia Pacific, Europe, and Latin America. She has served on a number of boards related to human rights, gender, and migration and refugee issues, be they in London, Melbourne, Bangkok, Bogota, and Brussels. Ms. Gotardo, thank you very much for joining us, and you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Excellent. Good morning and good afternoon to everyone, and thank you so much for inviting me to participate in this very important panel. And also thanks to ESCAP and to the Migration Network for the very inclusive and participative process with the stakeholders in the region. It is an honor for me to be here. My comments are actually going to be focused towards Objective 13 of the GCM about using immigration detention only as a measure of last resort and working towards alternatives to detention, but of course aligned with other GCM objectives. But firstly, let me tell you a little bit about IDC, the International Detention Coalition. We are a global network of around 400 organizations, groups, and individuals based in around 100 countries. And in the Asia-Pacific region, IDC coordinates with members and our partners on advocacy, research, coalition, and capacity building to reduce and eliminate immigration detention and to advance rights-based alternatives to detention. So we are also working regionally and globally to support the GCM implementation efforts. But when talking about GCM implementation and immigration detention, I think it's crucial to ground what we say, because ultimately we're talking about people whose lives are at play. So let me start with some real life situations in the region that illustrate the importance of alternatives to detention. So for instance, let's think about Omar. Omar left his country as a child only to find himself in immigration detention in transit to another country. He was not able to tell his mom that he was alive for 6 months. Or Mariam and her daughter Jude that were separated for several months while she was kept in detention, and the girl still has nightmares about it now. Or Tan, who was detained when he was 15 and spent many years in detention. His mental health is seriously deteriorated and he survives on strong medication and is unable to make a living. So it is undeniable that detention is costly, not only in terms of its incredible high human cost, but also in terms of economic cost for states. Rights-based alternatives to detention can work well for people affected by or at risk of detention, but also for states. For instance, let's think about Mohammed. And Mohammed is an unaccompanied child, survivor of violence, who was referred to an ATD program run by an NGO in the region. He had dengue fever, but was afraid to get medical treatment because he was undocumented and at risk of detention. So the NGO found him housing and he accessed medical treatment and attended school. His well-being improved within 12 months of entering the ATD program, and he has now enrolled in university and plays for his local football team. There have been some promising practices in the Asia-Pacific region, and it includes some countries taking steps to end child detention or implementing alternatives to detention. So, for example, the government of Thailand signed the MOU on alternatives to detention of children in immigration detention and set the interministerial framework for this purpose in partnership with civil society and with UNICEF. Community-centered case management-based ATDs have also been used. It's early days, and it will take time for the MOU to be implemented more systematically in every province, but it's very promising practice. Indonesia has implemented a policy that children can no longer be detained in immigration detention centers. The policy also facilitates free access education for refugee children. Ending child immigration detention is a very, very welcome step, but there has been a gap in the implementation of community care models for people released from detention. In Japan, during the COVID-19 crisis, there were releases from immigration detention and relaxation of reporting conditions. Another practice is a regional instrument to the ASEAN Declaration on Children in the context of migration. This states that in order to promote the best interests of the child, states should work to develop alternatives to child immigration detention and ensure that children are kept with their families in a safe and non-custodial environment. Now it needs to be adopted and implemented. And the role of civil society has been crucial in these processes. So for instance, in Malaysia and Thailand, some NGOs are doing a great job implementing community-based ATDs. So this includes SUKA's community placement program in Malaysia for unaccompanied children at risk of detention, the ATD pilots run by Host International in Thailand, and the national strategy developed by the Coalition for the Rights of Refugees and Stateless Persons. Other key effort is IDC and the Asian Dialogue of Forced Migration, facilitating a peer learning platform for states in the region to share promising practices. Additionally, UNICEF and IDC have developed the cross-regional peer learning platform on alternatives to child immigration detention to support the states in addressing the practical challenges when putting in place alternatives and working to end child detention. And some states from the region have proactively engaged within this platform. At this present time, it's also essential to consider the effects of COVID-19, and the impact of the pandemic has been particularly complex for people affected or at risk of immigration detention. The pandemic has been used by some states to justify increased use of detention and deportations, but COVID-19 has also presented opportunities and created an interesting momentum to advance alternatives to detention. There have been some promising responses ranging from temporary releases from detention, relaxation of reporting requirements, and greater use of casework for children. This is a unique opportunity to look at how to make some of these temporary practices sustainable in the longer term. States should also seriously consider the cost-saving measures of ATDs. The economic impact of COVID-19 has put many states in a tight economic situation, and reducing unnecessary public expenditure on costly detention and implementing ATDs is key during this time, not, of course, to add to the enormous human cost of immigration detention on those affected by it. There are some key points for states and for other stakeholders to consider when thinking about implementing Objective 13 by developing alternatives to detention models and moving away from the use of immigration detention. So, child immigration detention needs to end in the region. Let's leave this no doubt. There is no good practice for detaining children. Children do not belong in immigration detention. Rights-based, community-based, and gender-responsive alternatives to detention need to be implemented, and they need to be scaled up across the region. Immigration detention must only ever be used as a highly exceptional measure. For instance, pilots are a helpful ways of testing alternative approaches, but pilots need to be time-bound and be scaled up after independent monitoring and evaluation. Initiatives cannot remain at the pilot level. Family unit also needs to be preserved. It's not conducive to release children and detain one or both parents. Research has shown that family separation can impact children as badly as the experience of detention. And releases are welcome, but they are not enough. Releases actually need to be accompanied by casework and by access to services and rights, so migrants are not left in conditions of destitution. Children also need to be integrated into national child protection systems, moving away from institutionalized forms of care like shelters towards community-based protection where families can live in community settings. And for instance, with children, they are often deemed to fall under the jurisdiction of national security agencies, but under a whole-of-government approach, child protection ministries should be the ones that provide the best care for children. Talking about temporary practices as a result of COVID, they need to be sustainable in the longer term, and we need to explore migration governance systems that expand regularization pathways without the use of immigration detention. It is also crucial that we align national, regional, and global efforts in implementing alternatives to detention, and champion state efforts need to coordinate with the regional network on migration, the UN Migration Network, and this work needs to embed a whole-of-society approach. Finally, for the GCM to be effectively implemented and make a difference to migrants' lives, which is what we want, it is important to promote a genuine collaboration with migrants, civil society, and other stakeholders. Migrants and civil society organizations are on the ground. They are trusted by the community. The regional UN Migration Network can continue playing a role to promote this genuine collaboration and keep promoting inclusiveness as they have done. The leadership of people with lived experience of detention is crucial. The voices and the direction of people affected by these damaging policies need to be at the heart of effective implementation of the GCM and developing rights-based ATDs. And so, to conclude, the implementation of ATDs needs to be based on an intersectional approach. People affected by detention should be recognized in all their diversity, the different identities. This means, for instance, addressing the needs of women and LGBTI communities affected by detention, taking on the lessons that we have learned from the Black Lives Matter movement, and centering the leadership of all these communities in shaping the policies that impact them directly. And thank you very much for your attention and the opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Gotardo. It's true that, and especially thank you for the beginning, at the beginning of your interventions, you really reminded everyone what we're working for. So with the individual stories, I think this really helps making a point and getting the arguments across. And I think towards the end, with all the measures that you outlined, it was very clear. I think the rapporteurs took very good note of that, and so it should be pretty easy to reflect in your report. So with your intervention, this marks the end of the segment where we had our listed speakers, and now the floor is open for questions or interventions, and questions and answers, hopefully, as well. I see in the list that there is Turkmenistan that requested the floor. I'm not sure if that's the government or not, but anyway, someone in Turkmenistan or representing it, please go ahead. Mohammed, I think Niaz. Mohammed Niaz? Yes. Okay, he's coming.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Thank you for providing me the opportunity to speak. I am the Deputy of the Migration Services of Turkmenistan. What Turkmenistan is doing in the GCM report are particularly impressive when it comes to providing documents for stateless persons. In the area of migration and stateless people in the Central Asian region and joining the Convention for Stateless Persons, we now have good experience in electronic identification. When it comes to the 10-year plan on liquidation of people without citizenship, we have a national plan for 2019-2024, and Turkmenistan will allow to have 26,000 stateless persons the ability to become citizens. And we also register all the children who are born in Turkmenistan and provide them with documents. Currently, Turkmenistan has 100% registration of children. Turkmenistan, within the framework of the GCM, both in New York and on high level in Geneva in December 2019, worked on issues of migration, and Turkmenistan as well since 2018 has biometric documents, including those who are migrants and stateless persons. We have modernized our documents and protection measures. Also on the international level, Turkmenistan tries to protect migrants and persons. We also work with various international bodies in order to discover those persons who have disappeared, determining their identification, and also a number of measures that target people who have been lost. We also try to save people on the Caspian Sea in order to improve the effectiveness of our measures, as well as human trafficking, fighting human trafficking in Turkmenistan, fighting organized crime. We have joined several international bodies, and since Turkmenistan has joined those international bodies, we have not registered a single case. Since 2016 to for the period of 2016 to 2018 and then 2019-2024, we have programs that fight crime in these categories. We exchange information with various networks that fight human trafficking and organized crime, and we also work with various countries and international organizations. Within the context of fighting human trafficking, we also have successful strategies and use IT technology in order to discover cases of human trafficking and fight various crime groups in cyberspace. We have a special law in Turkmenistan to fight cybercrime. We try to strengthen education of our various people working for international bodies. And in Turkmenistan, we have a complex of strategies that we are implementing in order to stop transborder crime and mixed migration policies.
If you could please jump to your conclusion, that would be great, because I see there is quite a few other participants who would like to take the floor, and we have only a very limited time. So if you could wrap up in 1 minute, that would be great. Thank you very much.
Because Turkmenistan is strategically placed within the infrastructure of Central Asia, Turkmenistan has started 3 resolutions of the United Nations and on transport in order to improve the project of implementation of registering passengers in 2020-2021. In 2020, the International Center of Research, Gallup, Turkmenistan was considered the safest country in the world. And within the global index of terrorism, Turkmenistan was also in 2019 was considered one of the safest countries in the world. And in 2020, we celebrated 25 years of fighting crime in Turkmenistan.
I'm really sorry to have to interrupt you a second time. We do have a list that is really expanding of speakers. If you could really wrap up in the next 10 seconds, please, 10 seconds, not more. Thank you.
Thank you. At the same time, the process is continuing in order to make sure that the rights of children and families are taken into account. So thank you, Mr. Moderator, for your attention.
Thank you very much. And again, sorry, it's true that we have some time constraints, so that's a little bit of an issue, but I can see that you are actually, you do have a statement, so please note that it can be sent to us and it can be then posted on the website of the event, so then everybody can see it. Let's move to the next speaker, who's from the Philippines, Jari Ozias. Please, you have the floor, and valid for you and for everybody else after you. Please stick to 3 to 4 minutes in terms of your intervention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for this opportunity. I would just like to provide a glimpse of how the Philippines is conducting its border management and governance initiatives. It takes the Philippines a synergy or the cooperation of various government offices to manage its borders, particularly for Filipinos who are going out of the country. First, we have the Philippine Statistics Authority, which is in charge of authenticating the premise documents. These are the birth certificates and marriage certificates of Filipino nationals. Once authenticated, these are valid for use in their passport applications. This is managed by the Department of Foreign Affairs. That's my ministry. And the DFA is using state-of-the-art e-passport technology with the use of biometrics in the production of these electronic passports. For our migrant workers, we have the Philippine Overseas Employment Administration, who seeks to document all outgoing Filipinos who want to work abroad. So these are who we call the documented Filipino workers. And our gatekeeper would be our Bureau of Immigration, which conducts verification or random checks in terms of documentation or purpose of travel of Filipinos going out of the country. That being said, we have documented cases of Filipinos who are able to go outside of the country, either initially as documented workers or as tourists, which end up as undocumented Filipinos, as we call them in our terminologies. And that is why we have the network of Philippine embassies and consulates all over the world. We have around 94 Philippine Foreign Service posts who assist our undocumented Filipinos in times of distress, for one, or in terms of being regularized in their places where they are, or in their host countries, or ultimately if they seek to return home for purposes of repatriation to return to the Philippines. We also have the Interagency Committee Against Human Trafficking, which consolidates all efforts of the Philippine government to combat and to address the issue of human trafficking, especially those involving our Filipino nationals. That is my short intervention, Your Excellency. I would just like to state that it takes a cooperation of many government agencies in our country to facilitate an effective and efficient border management and control. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, and also for staying within the time. For the next speakers, it is always good to know what the various countries are doing, because then gives a lot of ideas in terms of what could be done in the future. But if you do have, as all our speakers previously did, if you do have some recommendations on the way forward and how to tackle the current issues that we are all facing, then please don't hesitate to talk about them in your intervention during this session. Now I see in the list that the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Thailand is requesting the floor. Please, you have the floor, Thailand. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Thailand would like to thank OHCHR, UNODC, and UNICEF for organizing this roundtable, and all panelists for sharing your experiences, especially Ms. Ampon, Child Representative. Your views and suggestions are valuable for all governments to accelerate our work on GCM. I would also like to take this opportunity to share our experience, particularly as relates to ATD. In 2019, 7 concerned Thai agencies signed an MOU on ATD. This MOU stipulates the responsibilities of the concerned authorities. It provides common guidelines to integrate procedures on non-detention of migrant children under the age of 18. Under the MOU, measures are put in place to provide social services and alternative care for children in accordance with their needs by placing them in community-based care in collaboration with private and civil society organizations. The MOU has linked the mechanism between the Immigration Act and Child Protection Act in order to determine, monitor, and evaluate the implementation of alternative measures to detention of children. A multidisciplinary team has been established. It comprises IDC officers, competent officers under the Child Protection Act, and representatives from UNHCR, UNICEF, and IOM. The MDT considers alternative measures to detention and individual plan for each child. Since we signed the agreement, a total of 238 children and mothers have benefited from the MOU. Also, since 2019, we have started a pilot project supported by UNICEF Thailand, a very good project, to enhance our screening process as part of our cross-border management system. By placing a child protection staff at IDC Mesot Tak province, we hope to expand this project as it has proven very useful in identifying vulnerable children and their families. From next step, we plan to implement a number of activities supported by UNHCR, UNICEF, IOM, and Save the Children. In particular, we are developing a manual to develop case management procedures for social workers to use in the case of migrant children. This is a modest but important beginning of us, and we aim to continue our efforts towards efficient and effective implementation. Thank you for the opportunity to share this with you. If I can ask the question to the panelists, we have had a lot of difficulty with cases of unaccompanied minors, and we have tried to find foster care arrangement for them. Do any of the panelists have experiences to share from other countries? Perhaps Ms. Carolina would be kind enough to respond. Thank you.
Thank you very much to explain a little bit how things are in Thailand and what you have also in terms of projects in the pipeline for the future. You asked a question to Ms. Carolina Gotardo. If she is still connected, that would be great that she requests the request to speak. And when I will see her in the list, then she will be able to answer your question. Yep. Thank you very much. Oh, she has. Okay, she's there. Ms. Gotardo, please go ahead.
Thank you so much for the question. And as I was saying before, the practice of the government of Thailand is very good in the region. There are some practices of case management in other parts of the world. And in terms of what you're saying, looking specifically at children. So for IDC, we will be very willing to share some of these in the ongoing conversations with the government of Thailand.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Glad to see that we do have a question and answer session for real. So this is good. Thank you very much. All right. Let's move. I see in the list we have Vietnam with Luong Tan Quang. Please, you have the floor. Remember, still around 3 minutes you have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have like to share very short thoughts about the issue. As you know, the spontaneous migration in border between Vietnam and neighboring countries is one of the challenges to solving the statelessness. However, we have actively coordinated with relevant countries to resolve the citizenship issues for spontaneous migrants, especially with Laos and Cambodia. We also is an active member of the UNHCR I Belong campaign. According to the plan of the implementation of the GCM, Vietnam is considering to accession to the 1954 Convention relating to the status of stateless persons and 1961 Convention on reduction of statelessness during 2020 and 2030 period. I also have a small proposal, which I think that promoting international cooperation is critical to prevention of irregular migration, human trafficking in the region and around the world. Vietnam has signed a number of agreements with other countries in this area, including 18 agreements on the readmission of citizens of Vietnam abroad to come back to Vietnam. And we also appreciate the role of the Bali process in this area and believe that the implementation of DCM in the coming time requires a positive contribution from relevant regional processes, including the Bali process. Therefore, the regional network on migration should support existing cooperation mechanisms in the region to promote more effective and substantial cooperation, focusing on the issues of concern to the countries such as information sharing, law enforcement coordination, application of science and technology in migration management. Thank you for listening, Mr. Chair.
Sir, thank you very much for your intervention. Now we have one person in the list, Mr. Ryan Figueiredo. Please, you have the floor.
you, moderator. I am grateful for this opportunity and this platform to speak to this review process from our point of view and to bring in the perspectives of the communities and stakeholders that my organization represents. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening from wherever in the region you're dialing in from or watching this in the future. My name is Ryan Figueiredo. My pronouns are he and him, and I'm the founder and executive director of Equal Asia Foundation, an LGBTI think tank and innovations incubator based in Asia. Our work is focused on closing the gaps within research, advocacy, and action in LGBTI inclusion and the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. Thank you, Carolina, for mentioning LGBTI persons in your intervention. Without saying who we are often left invisible and unincluded. Thank you so much for that. I will limit my intervention today to say that while in the context of the GCM, the international community and various stakeholders have shown that it has some of the language and knowledge on the role of gender in migration, it is in the articulation and intent within its policy and practice that we have fallen short of critical issues. Mostly because we continue to play into the normative perceptions of gender, and despite numerous references to gender responsiveness, we continue to leave people behind. Just to give you an example, trans women continue to be detained in immigration detention centers across the region in men's detention centers. This is unacceptable. Ostensibly, this compact is to foster safe, orderly, and regular migration. Orderly and regular migration is to cater to the interest of states more than migrants. It is to this point of safety that I want to be able to bring in the experiences of LGBTI persons and communities. The compact lacks consideration of LGBTI people on the move, despite the evidence that many of us who migrate to seek safety and freedom from persecution on the basis of our sexual orientation, gender identity, and expression, we are left unprotected. This short-term and exclusionary point of view fails to address the legal obligations of states with respect to protecting the human rights of LGBTI persons, which include protecting individuals from homophobic and transphobic violations. While the compact recognizes the right to family, family unity, and family unification, it does not recognize the various forms of family that exist and who may want to build their lives transnationally. From where we stand, the challenge in the compact is the patriarchal status quo of how individuals on the move are governed. We cannot realize safety with this limited view of safety. Making migration safe for all requires all of us to be intentional about gender responsiveness, and intentionality cannot be achieved at the cost of exclusion of the experiences of LGBTI individuals on the move. It also requires us to be intersectional in our approaches, like Carolina mentioned. Being LGBTI is not a standalone identity, and we should reckon with the fact that our identities are complex and intertwined. Lastly, I want to say that if the COVID pandemic has taught us anything, it is that we cannot build back better if we are not inclusive of the most vulnerable and marginalized amongst us. And that includes LGBTI persons on the move. I hope this review process is an opportunity for all of us to make giant leaps of faith and imagination as we contribute to combating some of the most pressing social justice issues of our time. I look forward to working with many of you in our ongoing work with LGBTI persons in our region. Thank you so much for listening, and I'm grateful for having had this opportunity.
Thank you very much, and also for bringing the topic up. It's true, when we talk about migrants, we do talk about all migrants. I see one last person. I think, given with the time constraints that we have, I think this will be the last intervention for this roundtable, and it is one of our panelists who is true. She mentioned that she wanted to, if time allowed, to add a few more things. So, Ms. Wahid, please, you have the floor, and again, 3 minutes, please. Thank you.
Thank you so much for giving this opportunity. Actually, I want to know if there are any good practices or any good example among the panelists here to share one experience about one area that I'm a bit of concern. Actually, as you know, when undocumented migrant workers, when they get, when they are missing and the reporting of missing migrant workers, the current system we have is, I'll make it very short, but I need, if there's any knowledge that can be shared with the panelists we have here. The current system we have is when the migrant goes missing, employer reports to immigration or to the ministry that regulate the expatriates, and they record the missing report within the expat management system. But my question is, this information is not shared with the embassies or consulates. So when the information is not shared with the embassies and consulate, I don't know how this can be managed well, because the problem is the migrant workers, because as you know that the travel documents, when it is renewed, if it is not add to the system, it's difficult to fetch the travel documents that the person is, whether the person is this person that has got a new job and came to the country again, re-entered the country, or maybe is already in the country. We don't know. And these undocumented migrant workers also starts families. So when they start family while living here and they get children, these children's nationality is not determined and it's not registered and all. I have a question, if someone can answer. Is there any system that is in place in any country, an interim system to record the birth of maybe stateless child? Because I want to say that any child whose nationality is disputed for any reasons have to be automatically registered in a system. So we'd just like to know if there's a mechanism in any country to address these kind of issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Wahid. And I see that one of our panelists, the person who actually had in mind to answer this question, is already requesting the microphone. So, Mr. Samirat, please go ahead. And please keep it to 1 minute because we need to wrap up and go eat. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Actually, I was intended to answer the question from previous speakers, but after listening to Ms. Wahid's intervention earlier, I think it is important maybe for us to put also special attention to the issue of consular notifications. And I think maybe it's a constant reminder for all of us, especially from the government side, to make sure that we have a proper standard operating procedure in place. Because maybe this is a small thing, but it is going to be very helpful, especially when it comes to assisting other countries who might have their citizen facing problem in other countries. So this kind of concrete things should always be put on the radar of all countries. That's it, my intervention. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, everyone, for having participated in this roundtable. As really, I actually really would like to congratulate all the colleagues from UNICEF, for CHR, and UNODC for the intensive and extensive work that they have done to prepare this roundtable. It was not easy, but I think it was a really good session when we managed to really look at the 7 objectives of the GCM that we wanted to talk about. The panelists really gave some excellent interventions, information, recommendations. So this is very good, and the same for the speakers that we had after them. Without further ado, I will soon hand it over to the chair for a final announcements. Once again, thank you very much, everyone, to have connected to the session. It was a pleasure. Goodbye.
Let me once again appreciate the moderator, panelists, and delegates for your active participation. The meeting now concluded its deliberation under agenda item 3B, entitled Protecting Migrants Through Right-Based Border Governance and Border Management Measures. I would now like to invite the Secretary to make housekeeping announcement.
Thank you very much, Chair, for giving me the floor. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, today we are very pleased to inform you that there are 2 side events scheduled over the lunch break starting at 12:30. The first one is on labor mobility and human rights, examining migrant labor governance in the Middle East in the context of the Global Compact for Safe, Orderly and Regular Migration, and it is co-organized by the government of the Philippines with the IOM's regional offices here in Asia and the Pacific and in the Middle East and North Africa. So please join that side event. The second side event, unfortunately in parallel, but also very interesting, on the move and out of school migrants' children struggles to access education in Asia, organized by Save the Children, Burmese Migrant Teachers Association, Child Rights Coalition Asia, Help Without Frontiers, Thailand Foundation, and Teacher Focus. Please refer to the ESCAP's website where you can find more information on these side events. Then click on Side Event tab and you will see the link to access each particular side events. So please make use of these very interesting side events today. Also, may we remind delegates who have not checked their names on the meeting's website to please do so now so that your names can be correctly reflected in the procedural report of the meeting. If you find any discrepancies, please let the Secretary know about it. Please enjoy your lunch and the side events, and the meeting will resume at 2 p.m. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. The meeting is adjourned. Asia and the Pacific to introduce the panelists and moderate the discussion. Mr. Nachiri, you have the floor.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Mr. Chair. Your Excellency, Mr. Diki Kumar, Deputy Chief of Mission Embassy of Indonesia to the ESCAP, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the thematic discussion on supporting migrants' protection, integration, and contribution to development. Migrants make crucial contribution to economies and development in countries of destination and development in countries as well as in countries of origin. Many migrants do essential works in jobs of existential value to everyone at all skills levels. Particularly, women migrant workers are often concentrated in informal, low-paid, and unregulated work. The COVID-19 pandemic has affected working and living conditions of migrants disproportionately. Recognizing that migrants are integral to development, they are also central to COVID-19 recovery. It is therefore important to ensure that the human rights of migrants, women and men, are respected, protected, and fulfilled. And this requires cooperation from stakeholders at the national, regional, and global levels. This roundtable will specifically look at progress and challenges with regard to the Global Compact on Migration objectives. Objective number 14, enhance consular protection assistance and cooperation throughout the migration cycle. Objective number 15, provide access to basic services for migrants. Number 16, empower migrants and societies to realize full inclusion and social cohesion. Number 19, create conditions for migrants and diasporas to fully contribute to sustainable development in all countries. Number 20, promote faster, safer, and cheaper transfer of remittances and foster financial inclusion of migrants. And finally, number 22, establish mechanisms for the probability of social security entitlements and earned benefits. There will be 2 rounds of panel discussions followed by plenary discussion. Participants may also share inputs and reflections in the chat box and send questions in the question and answer window. We will start by a very brief introduction to the panelists. We have today with us Ms. Loretta Brunio, who's the chairperson of Pinoy Wise Hong Kong, China. His Excellency Mr. Timur Amarsana, the Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of Mongolia to the Kingdom of Thailand. Mr. Carlos Bernardo Abad Santos, Assistant Secretary for Policy and Planning, National Economic and Development Authority, the Government of the Philippines. I would like to start with the migrant's voice. Ms. Loretta Brunio is a migrant worker from the Philippines who is now working in Hong Kong. Previously, she was the chairperson of the Coalition for Migrants' Rights, composing of different nationalities of foreign domestic workers in Hong Kong, China. As the chairperson of Pinoy Wise, she has worked to promote financial education and investment mobilization program for Filipino workers overseas. Ms. Borneo, what are the key challenges that migrants face in integrating into their new communities, including accessing protection? How are they different from migrant women and girls? The floor is yours, Ms. Brunio.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity to represent the migrants in this discussion. Our challenge as migrants, especially women, in accessing Basic services are both related to integration and reintegration. For reintegration challenges, first, we especially migrants, domestic workers, lack information on where to go when we have complaints such as employment, contract violation, physical and sexual abuses with our employers. We are threatened when we complain, and some are forced to go back to their abusive employers, and some are just silenced. Second, we lack access to safe and comfortable place during day off. It has become worse in this time of pandemic COVID-19. We are forced to stay home and do housework, so practically we do not have day off. Third, we lack access to healthcare services when we have serious health condition because the employer usually terminate us. The living example of this is my sister. My sister worked for 30 years in Hong Kong. Because of her hypertension, her kidney, eyes, and brain were affected. This February, she was hospitalized, but her employment contract was terminated. She is then forced to return home. Her treatment cannot be continued because she already don't have visa. I'm going to the Philippines this Saturday to bring her home. We are working outside the country to uplift ourselves and our families. But in the process, we also sacrifice ourselves and our families. Most of us spent the best years of our lives away from our family, but we go home, old, sick, with no savings, and sometimes without family to return to. This is the reason why we banded together through Pinoy Wise to empower us, to be financially literate and be able to save, invest, and start business. Pinoy Wise also provides avenue to address family issues and sharing responsibilities. We train and counsel other migrants. Even in this time of pandemic, we learn how to Google Classroom and Zoom to able to share our challenges even after work, during the evening time, and in our day off. We partner with the government, embassies, and NGOs. This partner links us and our family to services, investment, and business opportunities back in our provinces. We have now members back in the Philippines running successful businesses and contributing to local economic development. There are several empowered migrant women organizations, NGOs, and trade unions from the Philippines who advocate and provide strategies in addressing the challenge of migration and reintegration. So this provides avenue for dialogue and cooperation with our government and embassies. We work together in several programs related to integration and reintegration. Government can foster the successful implementation of the Global Compact through dialogue and cooperation with other migration stakeholders. The Pinoy Wise experience highlights that partnership works. We hope this partnership can be extended to our host governments. Our experience shows migrants are not the problem. We are part of the solution, indeed. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Brunyu. Powerful words. Migrants are part of the solution, indeed. Women migrants workers, as we've heard from the intervention of Ms. Brunyu, especially the domestic workers, are particularly at risk of discrimination, violence, abuse, and exploitation. Their vulnerability to gender-based violence increased during lockdowns due to COVID-19. With support services such as hotlines being cut, they will have fewer ways to seek help and escape it. The role of governments that can foster the successful implementation of the Global Compact is big, through coordination, reconciliation of interests, and joint shaping of objectives, policies, and responsibilities across all government levels. Your Excellency, Ambassador Amarsana, how can consular protection, assistance, and cooperation enhance migration outcomes, including for labor, migrants, and migrants in crisis, such as in the COVID-19 pandemic. The floor is yours, Ambassador.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mohammed Nasiri. First, I would like to say 4 points on this round, and I would like to start with IOM collaboration. Our government has been actively cooperating with IOM Mongolia in improving migration management and building capacity for improved border management and counter-trafficking efforts based on the cooperation agreement signed in 2010. Since 2011, over 6,000 Mongolians have been repatriated safely from 22 countries with support from the IOM. In addition to that, IOM has assisted over 2,300 individuals, including victims of human trafficking, to reintegrate into society. The COVID-19 pandemic, and thanks to IOM, our full commitment and active support, we have successfully brought back 913 Mongolian nationals stranded overseas during this COVID pandemic. And our embassy in Thailand assisted 12 victims of human trafficking and 2 rape victims to return home safely. Our consular representation in Malaysia and IOM played a crucial role in this regard. And I want to express my sincerest gratitude to IOM, Ms. Nanette, and Chara Imbayago, and IOM Mongolia for their valuable support and excellent cooperation during these unprecedented times. Secondly, I would like to talk about the migrants' contribution to development. Well, according to the World Bank's latest data, Mongolia yearly receives $574 million of US dollars in remittances, which would be a 4.1% of the GDP. And a recent report notes that a significant share of remittances occurs through informal channels. And some unofficial estimates indicate that total remittance inflows could as high as 10% of the GDP. Although data on the Mongolian international migrant contingent is lacking, global research confirms that women tend to send a higher proportion of their income, even though they generally earn less than men. They also usually send money more regularly and for more extended periods. These remittances cover the necessary living expenses, health, welfare, and education costs, and play a significant role as a safety valve of domestic unemployment. The third point is our initiative on collaboration. Our government, especially Consular Affairs, attaches great importance to developing bilateral and multilateral consular cooperation between countries and introducing digital platforms to improve consular services. The government established annual consultations on bilateral consular cooperation with 6 countries, where 53.5% of total Mongolians live abroad, which would be a 3.1% of the current population. We're also working on hosting the Global Consular Forum. The steering committee of the Global Consular Forum, consisting of 43 member countries, has unanimously approved Mongolia's initiative to host the next forum. And unfortunately, due to the COVID-19, the Global Consular Forum has been postponed, and our government is planning to host this important event when the global pandemic situation improves. And the last but not least is providing services based on a non-discriminatory approach. Well, to improve our citizens' benefits, our government introduced an application within the existing e-Mongolia portal. Through this digital portal, Mongolians residing abroad will be able to receive necessary public services online, which is the more than 100 80 services. The portal will also be able to facilitate specific requests from foreign nationals living in Mongolia in the coming nearest future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. And we do note the appreciation to the International Organization Migration and Dr. Ninette Motus. And I believe that our role as the United Nations and international organizations, if it is not going to be utilized at times of adversity and pandemics, then we're not going to be useful to the international community. I also noted with a lot of interest the percentage of the remittances to the GDP, 4.5% or 4.1%. Which also confirms that the attention, the protection, and the assistance that member states are giving to their own migrants is not only the right thing to do, but it's also the smart thing to do. As usual, and that's not only in Mongolia, indeed women continue to send higher proportion of their income and more regularly. And the initiative that Mongolia is getting to provide public services online to its nationals outside of Mongolia is definitely a best practice that we can look into having in other countries. I would like to go to the Assistant Secretary, Mr. Abad Santos, and if you would like me, I would like to ask, what, based on your experience, are the conditions for migrants and diasporas to fully participate in sustainable development in countries of origin and countries of destinations? If you can request to speak, so we can give you the floor on Kudo. It is there, so if yes. The beauty of hybrid events.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Again, the question was, what are the conditions for migrants and diasporas to fully participate in development in the countries of origin and the countries of destination? Indeed, I think one very important thing, one important intervention and strategy is promoting financial inclusion of the overseas Filipinos. This is a very important intervention strategy so that they feel that they are part of the development of the Philippines, and the financial inclusion of Filipino migrants and diaspora will enable them to fully participate in the development of our country. Financial inclusion can be achieved through, again, a lot of capacity building, a lot of information and education interventions, and our Central Bank of the Philippines and our Overseas Workers Welfare Administration are on the forefront of providing our OFs would have a national ID, and that will facilitate their access, whether in the Philippines or abroad, for different services or information. So currently we are currently operationalizing the national identification system. Because again, one issue also with financial inclusion is that, again, there are issues with regards to know your customer, so that you need to have identification. Second is we also would like to provide investment opportunities for overseas Filipinos. Diaspora engagement is also being expanded through wider localization of the Commission of Overseas Filipinos Balikbayan portal. So it's an online portal where it becomes easy for OFs to get the different information and to contact different agencies. This online portal re-engages the overseas Filipinos to development-oriented diaspora activities in the Philippines and provides businesses and investment opportunities that are linked to automated transactional processes with the national and the local government. And I think also important is that we need to increase the access of our migrants, their physical to our different foreign service posts. Now, again, there might be issues because our foreign service posts are might be there might be a distance between that. So again, it's also important to look at different platforms, online platforms, so that it becomes easy now for our overseas Filipinos to be in touch with their foreign service posts. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you so much, Assistant Secretary Abad Santos. And we do note the efforts that the government of the Philippines is exerting, not only to financially include their migrant workers outside of the Philippines, but also working with them to look into investment opportunities in the Philippines. What we have heard now by the panelists is only a summary of some of the issues, trends of migration and development in the region of Asia and the Pacific. We now get into the first plenary session of around 25 minutes. I do invite the esteemed participants to share reflections and inputs with respect to supporting migrants' protection, integration and contribution to development in the region that they think is important. It will be excellent if each participant does not exceed 1 minute, so we can allow as many as interventions possible. For participants from Kudo to make an intervention like what we've seen now with the Assistant Secretary, please request to speak. So you need to press the button of request to speak to notify the organizer. Click request list icon. Your name will show in the request list. Once your request to speak is accepted, you will see accepted next to your name. Please wait until you are called upon. When you're given the floor, please click both unmute and turn on camera. Once you're done, click release mic. So I would invite participants from the floor. We have requests online, Kudo.
I suggest you go.
We have a speaking request from the Directorate of the Protection of Migrants from Indonesia. Please take the floor.
Thank you, co-chairs and moderators, ladies and gentlemen. I hope I am audible and visible. So at the outset allow me to congratulate ESCAP for successfully convening the Asia-Pacific Regional Review of the implementation of GCM, as well as for IOM and UN Women for organizing the roundtable discussion. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, on this occasion, Indonesia would like to once again reaffirm our commitment in implementing the GCM, and this commitment is enshrined in multiple policies and innovations taking place, especially during the pandemic of COVID-19. First, Indonesia has been working intensively with the destination countries to ensure Indonesian migrants access to basic services, including health services. In 2020, we have distributed at least 500,000 packages to affected migrants abroad. And as human mobility came to a halt at the early stage of pandemic, enhancing consular cooperation with the government of host countries have become imperative. Hence, during this challenging time, Indonesia has expanded its scope of cooperation not only with host countries, but also with businesses as well as civil society organizations to ensure safe return and the protection of Indonesian migrants. In terms of assisting seafarers and fishers, the cooperation is also expanded with third countries, especially when the flag states or host countries are implementing measures to limit the inbound and outbound travel. To date, the government of Indonesia has facilitated the return of 180,000 Indonesian migrants abroad. And secondly, as previously mentioned by our colleagues, Indonesia has developed a digital platform called Portability, or roughly translated into Care for Indonesian Nationals. And the very idea of this innovation is to accommodate the challenges encountered by migrant workers, as mentioned by the panelists before. Migrant workers could report their arrival in destination countries, and whenever they have problems, they can report through this platform and later will be followed up by Indonesian missions. And during the COVID-19 pandemic, we also added a special feature to COVID-19 related problems, such as anything related to difficulties to return to Indonesia, the need for basic supplies, and other labor-related problems. Thirdly, in relation to Objective 22, the Indonesian government has been exploring the cooperation to support the claims of the National Social Security Insurance for employment to be compatible in migrant receiving countries such as South Korea and Malaysia. Indonesia is committed to maintain and enhance the cooperation with destination countries to improve the regular pathway for migrants as part of its commitment to GCM. I thank you.
Thank you very much for a very pertinent intervention. We do not see any hands in the floor or online. So allow me to move into the second part of the panel, which is the second round. Migrants do help bring knowledge, support, skills, and cultural diversity in countries of origin, transit, and destination. Migrants can face many barriers, such as access to basic services and support that limit their ability to reach their full development potential. We have today with us Mayor Noraini Ruslan of Subang Jaya in Malaysia, Mr. Robin Gravestein, the lead of data and research on remittance and migration in Asia region in the United Nations Capital Development Fund, Ms. Joanna Yu, the Program Assistant in Migrant Forum Asia, a whole of a government approach which includes cities and municipal authorities as first responders to migration and closest to their constituents as crucial actors in migration governance for development. Mayor Ruslan, it will be excellent to hear from you some good practices and lessons learned in relation to supporting migrants to access their basic services. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. As representatives of the local authority, I would like to thank the organizers of this session, IOM and UN Women, for the opportunity to take part in this roundtable discussion. We would also like to thank ESCAP and the Regional UN Network on Migration for Asia Pacific for giving a space for local authorities as a relevant stakeholder in the Global Compact to express our united voice in this regional process. Since the adoption of the GCM in 2018, local governments expressed commitments to its principles. These are embodied in the Marrakech Mayor's Declaration and reaffirmed in the UCLG Manifesto on the Future of Migration. The mandate on migration varies in different regions and countries, but one thing remains the same. Local governments play a crucial role in migration governance, not just as the branch of government closest to the people, but as a sphere of government in our own right. Therefore, we must be involved in policy making and implementation to ensure that no one and no place is left behind. Local governments have taken concrete actions to provide access to services for all, including migrants, and allow me to share some of this that help realize inclusion and social cohesion. There are so many examples how cities and local governments are embracing migrants. In Japan, Hamamatsu City established 2 key facilities that support migrants. The Foreign Resident Study Support Center provides Japanese language that study support, and the Intercultural Center provides consultation on daily life, legal consultation, and counseling in multiple languages. The local government also established the Foreign Residents Council for Integration, where they listen to the voices of foreign residents and reflect them in policies. Education support for children is a priority for Hamamatsu as well. Programs and projects have also been implemented to encourage exchange between migrants and their local communities. The Intercultural City of Ballarat hosts Harmony Fest, which celebrates diversity and supports the observance of the UN International Day for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination. Local and international cooperation between and among cities can be an effective measure to support integration of migrants in development. In Japan, there is a council of municipalities with large migrant population, and they recognize the indispensable role of migrants and foster intercity cooperation and exchange on migrant issues. In my city, Subang Jaya, initiatives that has been taken include the areas of community empowerment, social integration in neighborhood management, livable environment, and entrepreneurs, and also education. A narrative that shows the positive contribution of migrants should be disseminated at the national and local level, highlighting as well their importance to the fabric of our societies as neighbors and as part of our communities. And I would like to highlight the vulnerability of women migrants that needs to be addressed specifically through active participation and proper representation. We owe these women in economic as well as social development of the nation, not to mention to their own families. Urbanization is closely related to job opportunities, not only in Malaysia but also in all over the world. Both national and local government need to address the need of issues of migrants collaboratively. In Subang Jaya, more than 70% of its population growth is due to migration, be it local, that is between states in Malaysia, or foreign, especially from neighboring countries. Can we go to the next slide, please? This trend has elevated demand for lower cost houses that was meant for locals due to its high subsidization, but some are eventually occupied by foreign workers. Therefore, proper accommodation for foreign workers need to be provided. And with persistent new migrants moving in, the city needs to provide suitable type of houses to match their earning abilities. I have moved on to, I think, a few more slides after this. Migration also affects the participation into informal sectors such as petty trading and personal or household services. Malaysia allows migrants to access public amenities such as education and health, but at a higher rate, and brought concern from the local residents as to the cost of providing these facilities at taxpayers' expenses. Nevertheless, children migrants' education should not be denied, for it is their right. And the efforts to integrate migrants into the society was done through participation in community programs, celebrating their festivities and cultures, handouts during COVID pandemics, and providing opportunities in small businesses to local migrants, for example, from Sabah and Sarawak in East Malaysia. And empowering B40 communities during this post-economic recovery are crucial to local authorities. And allow me to conclude by reiterating that cities and local governments are partners for developing and not simply implementers of global agenda. We call for stronger collaboration with national government and partnership with all stakeholders to better implement the Global Compact. We call for access to migration data to ensure that local policies are evidence-based and will be responsive to the need of migrants. Lastly, the local governments call for an enabling environment and access to financial resources to enable delivery of services and inclusion for all. UNLG has been mandated to develop a pact for the future to transform the current social contract, transforming the narrative around migrants and refugees and ensuring they are seen as part of our community is critical to improve how we relate to each other and to achieve the ambitious goal we set for ourselves. We need to do this for the people, for government, and for the planet. Thank you.
These are impressive efforts, Madam Mayor, and thank you for highlighting the importance of coordination among stakeholders to mainstream migration into community development actions for a more cohesive society. As you rightly said, migrants are an integral part of the fabric of the communities and societies. Migrants' contribution to development not only to economies of the countries they are working in, but also supporting their families back home, including through remittances. Studies has shown that women migrant workers are often more likely than men to remit on a regular basis, as His Excellency Ambassador of Mongolia have mentioned. And despite the difficulties that they encounter in the labor market, owing to their stronger links to family members left behind and self-insurance motives. Dr. Robin Gravestein, how can remittances become faster, safer, and cheaper, and inclusive of building safety nets to foster gender-responsive financial and digital inclusion of migrants? The floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Chair, Excellencies, distinguished guests, and delegates. The United Nations Capital Development Fund, or UNCDF, delivers innovative financing solutions for least developed nations as a focus. And we often do this in collaboration with other UN agencies. This is a task much bigger than one single agency. So we worked with ESCAP, UN Women, IOM, and with private sector and public sector alike. Now, in 2020, we've actually expanded our remittances and migration portfolio. And I'll be addressing this issue as how remittances can become faster, safer, and cheaper, but also how they can help foster gender-responsive financial inclusion and digital inclusion more widely for migrants and their recipient families. These are exactly the aims of our new work that we have planned for the upcoming years. And the one-word answer to which I will return, and I think we've heard that in the previous speeches as well, is digitization. Let me set out some of the context here. Now, as the world this week marked International Women's Day, I would especially like to address the issue of gender inequality in today's turbulent and COVID-effective remittance markets. As many of you may know, the remittances flows have been forecasted to drop by 15%. That's almost $80 billion. while they were on the rise for the rest of the decade, pretty much. So we're in a unique and unprecedented situation. Now, women migrant workers are reported to be losing their jobs, especially in large numbers, because they often work in the informal sector and don't have the social protection and the labor contracts in place. The lockdowns have shuttered money transfer outlets, and they affect women disproportionately because they're the ones normally using these informal channels the most and using the cash-based channels, which, due to the COVID restrictions, have not been available anymore. On the receiving end, the developing countries and the recipient families, we see that this will hit hard on poor families. Here in the Mekong region, for example, 6 out of 10 remittance recipients are in fact women, and the majority of them live in rural areas. We're speaking here of Cambodia, Laos, Myanmar. Now, the digitization of remittances itself, the sending via the mobile phone or via online sources, has made positive developments nevertheless in the last year. That's, I think, a unique feature to highlight. And it can make the difference for women also moving forward. Digital remittances actually took off and took flight as a result of the COVID-19 restrictions. Some countries, such as Bangladesh and Nepal, have actually seen last year a slight increase in their remittances because of the opportunity to continue the digital course. And, of course, the resilience of these remittances flows, especially in times of crisis. They behave very different, for example, from other flows like foreign direct investments. Many providers have actually recorded record growth in numbers of onboarding of customers, particularly for the digital channels, not so much for the cash and the agent-led movements. However, digital remittances solutions have yet to reach the large set of the Asian population. And this is something that we need to work on, especially at the last mile. Low-income people, women, people in rural areas alike. Migrant-centric digital remittance solutions must be designed with a clear gender lens in them. For example, sending money through the mobile phone can increase convenience, it can improve security and privacy. Women can send and receive remittances independently from the safety of their houses and their homes, strengthening their financial autonomy. The other example, which was already highlighted, is the ability to send smaller and more frequent amounts of cash, which is what women generally do compared to men. But it also means that unless it's digital, the transaction costs for them will be higher, and the time that they invest will also be higher. So digital solutions can address both of those issues as well. But there's perhaps a much bigger story to the digitization of remittances. And here again, I'd like to emphasize that the stakes are perhaps arguably higher for women than any other group. Financial inclusion over the last decade here in Asia has been seen a massive acceleration, largely due to the fintech revolution. And it's reaching not just anymore the cities of Bangkok or Singapore or Kuala Lumpur. It is also there now in rural Myanmar and the outskirts of Nepal and, let's say, Central Asia. And with that comes an opportunity. An entire range of financial services, such as deposits, insurance, that are simply not really practically able to deliver it in a cash-based system, now can be linked together. And they can form a real practical option and viable option for developing nations, and in particular also women who remain disproportionately excluded from financial services compared to other groups of people. And UNCDF therefore has set up partnerships with leading remittance service providers, at the moment 8, and we're planning to expand that to test digital innovations. This includes in Bangladesh, in Myanmar, Nepal, Singapore and South Korea, among others. And this to help reach these last mile customers, especially women. The proposed solutions include, for example, new delivery channels, offering digital and financial literacy solutions, and linking remittances to other financial services such as insurance, micro pensions, and savings. Gender smart and migrant-centric digital remittances will not happen automatically. It will require new ways of thinking, new ways of collaborating between private sector, public sector, UN agencies, and member state countries, of course. And we have to move from a shift to thinking about products for migrants towards designing the products with migrants. So migrants will make the shift from informal and cash-based sources to digital sources or formalized sources only and only if we make it worth their while. But if we get that right, if we manage to do that, then remittances are perhaps not just a cheaper, safer, and faster way of sending money from A to B, but they can also function as an on-ramp, or let's say a ramp to a superhighway of financial inclusion that supports migrants and their families in helping to deliver their goals. I thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Gravestein. $80 billion drop in remittances this last year is a huge amount of funds and money. And we hear you loud and clear, digitization is the solution. We note that there are a lot of efforts that have managed to get this off the ground. It has started, but what we need to do is to make sure that it reaches also the last mile populations, the grassroots communities. And we will not be able to do that without continuing to invest in digital innovation, but also to have everyone on board, all the stakeholders on board, including the migrant workers themselves. It's important to talk about a whole of society approach to managing migration effectively through cooperation with a wide range of societal actors. This may include non-profit organizations, faith-based groups, the private sector, trade unions, academia, among others. Each of these actors bring unique strengths to the implementation of the Global Compact, filling gaps in the care and protection of migrants. I would like now to go to Ms. Joanna Yu. Based on the experience of engaging with network of civil society and trade unions and other stakeholders, could you please share good practices in terms of empowering migrants and societies to realize full inclusion and social cohesion? The floor is yours.
All right. Thank you. Can you hear me? Is it clear?
Loud and clear.
All right. Excellencies, colleagues, good afternoon. And also thank you for the invitation to be part of this panel. My presentation will largely focus on GCM Objective 16, which is on empowering migrants and societies to realize full inclusion and social cohesion, and GCM Objective 22 on establishing mechanisms for the portability of social security entitlements. So the cycle of empowering migrants and their families must begin from the initial stage of when an individual is on the process of deciding whether to become a migrant. This can be done through pre-employment orientation with prospective migrants together with their families, wherein they're given tailored, accurate, and adequate information about labor migration, such as the potential countries where they could migrate and also the potential sectors that they can join. Pre-employment orientation, or PEO, ensures that information on migration is delivered by competent and reliable organizations or government agencies, rather than getting their information from unreliable sources. It should then be followed by a pre-departure orientation, or a PDO, to be attended by migrants before they leave their country of origin. And the last phase would be a post-arrival orientation, or a PAO. Migrants should continue to have access to reliable and accurate information when they arrive in the destination country, as a way to refresh and update the information that they received before leaving their country of origin. So attending the PEO, PDO, and PAO does not guarantee full protection for the migrants. But it will surely allow migrants to make informed decisions in relation to their migration journey. Being armed with information concerning the policies, culture, laws, specifically how to access justice and support systems in the destination country, such as how to contact the missions, as mentioned by the Philippine delegate. Even as basic as the local food, if the country eats, majority of the local people eats bread or rice. So those kind of basic things should be the migrants should know about. Because it will create a sense that they are equipped, depending on the situation, to protect themselves while in the destination country if the need arises. So this orientation must follow a human rights-based approach involving the whole of society and whole of government in the design and implementation of these three orientation programs. These orientations are already being conducted in the region, such as in Malaysia, where PAOs are being organized at the Philippine missions and conducted by CSOs for Filipino domestic worker, Filipino overseas workers, and at the same time, OFWs or overseas Filipino workers are required to attend pre-departure orientation or PDO by the Philippine government before they are able to leave the country. However, there are gaps on this orientation, on how these orientations are being conducted, which should be reviewed and addressed by governments together with other stakeholders. And some of the gaps that we heard from migrants were that some of the information that are being delivered to them are outdated, and there is also lack of harmonization between the three orientation programs. So we have PO, PDO, and PAO. So aside from the PO, PDO, and PAO, it is also not enough for migrants to only receive this information with regard to their rights and information in relation to the destination country and the sector they're going to work for. There should also be spaces for them to exercise these rights, such as the right to form and join unions, similar to local workers. And then on the topic of portability of social security entitlements of migrants, the pandemic, as we all know, has resulted to many migrants being repatriated. So without getting their wages and end of service benefits for around 10 or more years of service, these migrants return home penniless and wondering how they can support their family. Most of these returnees were also low-skilled workers who had no access to social protection schemes in the destination country, or who may not be aware of such schemes, thus leaving them vulnerable in situations such as this. So last year, MFA, Migrant Forum in Asia, together with a coalition of civil society organizations and trade unions, launched a campaign specifically on the issue of wage theft. So the campaign calls for a mechanism to be set up where workers can access justice and also recoup the wages that at an expedited manner. So together with this campaign, we also released a petition, #SayYesToJustice, which I can share. The links I can share to the website. I can share in the chat box. It would be great if you can go to this links. We've written up policy briefs, resources, and compiled news articles regarding this issue. So all of those are available on the website. It is also important. It is important that as stakeholders, we ensure that migrants get the wages and benefits that are due to them, which is their basic right. Decent work will only be possible if the wages and benefits owed to the migrants are paid. Further, access to health care of migrants during this COVID-19 pandemic, in particular, the inclusion of migrants, regardless of their status, in vaccination programs of destination countries should be guaranteed. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Ms. Yu, and thank you for putting in the chat box all these plethora of resources that are definitely going to be of use to those who are interested. And thank you for putting to the floor how engaging and empowering and enabling migrants as development workers is essential. The importance of creating conducive environments to ensure social cohesion and development impact that benefit migrants is essential. The protection of migrants in admission and policies of inclusion, including access to social services and justice, and probability of benefits are key to enable them to realize their full development potential. We now go to the second plenary, and this time we do have more speakers than the first session. If we would like to have there are requests from the delegates of Turkmenistan, Thailand, and Japan, and then we have from a stakeholder, Ms. Bernadia. So if you allow us to go to the delegate of Turkmenistan. We cannot hear you.
Chairman, moderator, thank you for giving me the floor. I shall be very brief since our communication will be on the website. Our government gives great attention to measures to support migrants in terms of basic services, the necessary conditions for financial integration, to increase the effectiveness of our consular support. We have improved consular representation in our diplomatic representations. As regards servicing migrants with basic services, we collect the list of migrants and stateless persons and grant them a number of rights. As regards the protection of children, we ensure protection and education to children, women and men, no matter what their nationality or status, as migrants or not, have equal rights with the others. On the territory of Turkmenistan, integration of migrants involves mutual respect and exclusion of any discrimination. We value the contribution of migrants to our development. Consequently, in conclusion, I should say that GCM is a framework to support us in organizing the necessary steps and measures at the highest standard for the well-being of migrants and of the whole population of the world. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for your intervention. We do kindly request that all the statements to be submitted to the Secretariat so we can post it on the website. Now we do have the delegate of Thailand from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for giving us the floor. The moderator. Thailand is committed to providing access to basic services for migrants. Yesterday, in the statement of our delegation during the general debate, we shared a number of examples with regard to access to health services. Now, I would like to share our experience with migrant children in particular. Our Civil Registration Act allows for birth registration for all children born in Thailand, including stateless children and children of migrant parents. Cabinet resolution on 7 December 2016 allowed them to legally continue to stay in the country, sparing them from being convicted under immigration law. They are also eligible to apply for Thai citizenship later should they wish. The government is also committed to ensure that all children in Thailand have the right to education, regardless of their status. Various laws, regulations, and policy guarantee their access to basic education from elementary level to high school level for free. However, there are still challenges in practice, especially for migrant children and stateless children, because many do not have documentation that would give them access to these services. For us, school is an important starting point. So the Ministry of Education has tried to address the issue by setting up a system called G-code system to allow to assign the identification number to undocumented students. Database from this system will be shared with other relevant agencies, such as Registrar Office of the Ministry of Interior, to proceed on nationality verification and later assign national ID number if applicable, hence helping to resolve the stateless situation. The database will also be used by the Ministry of Health to provide them with access to health service, be it through the Universal Health Coverage Package if they are identified as Thai nationals or other schemes applicable, for example, health insurance for migrants. So those are just a tiny bit that we want to share. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the delegate of Thailand, and thank you for having your intervention brief so we can allow for more interventions. Now I would like to give the floor to Japan.
The number of foreigners living in Japan was about 2.88 million as of the end of June last year, and it is expected to increase again in the post-COVID-19 era. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Japan has been co-sponsoring, together with the IOM, to hold international forums on foreigners' issues since 2005, with the aim to deepening discussions on foreigner acceptance policy and social integration in Japan. Through such forums, we have been discussing best practice and issues in effort to deepen the understanding of coexistence in Japanese society. After the adoption of GCM in 2018, we held a series of international forums. For example, in October 2018, Forum on Smooth Acceptance of Foreign Nationals in Local Committee. In this February, Forum on Disseminating Information to Foreign Residents in Japan, Issues and Challenges Seen in COVID-19 Pandemic. We believe this forum contributes to GCM's purpose, number 16, empower migrants and societies to realize full inclusion and social cohesion. In the current COVID-19 pandemic, sometimes it is pointed out that foreigners living in Japan have difficulties in access to information for infectious disease control, livelihood support, and new daily life due to differences in language and social environment. However, at the forum held last month, we introduced good example of efforts by local governments, medical institutions, companies, and etc. to disseminate information in easy to understand Japanese language for foreigners and have a discussion on how to deal with such issues. Finally, by utilizing such forums, Japan continues to work towards empower migrants and the society to realize full inclusion and social cohesion. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. And now the floor is for the delegate of China.
The Chinese government attaches great importance to migrant protection and services and is constantly deepening reforms in the area of migration management. In recent years, China has continued to expand the scope of its visa-free transit policy, introduced a number of immigration and entry-exit facilitation measures, relaxed the scope of issuance of long-term visas and residence permits, continued to explore the establishment of immigration service centers, stations in places with a high concentration of foreigners, and set a platform for exchange and interaction among migrants, provide policy advice, residence and travel services, legal assistance, language and cultural services. At the same time, the legitimate rights and interests of migrants are protected in accordance with the law, and for those who enter the country illegally, especially women and their underage children, they had been treated well. China's policies and measures have been effective in facilitating foreigners' work, study, and life in China, as well as their entrepreneurship and investments in China. China is willing to strengthen migration management exchanges and cooperation with Asia-Pacific countries to promote regional integration and post-epidemic recovery. Thank you for your attention.
Very much. And now the floor is to the delegate of Vietnam.
Distinguished delegates, thank you for inviting me. As you know, migrants often have. Can you hear me well?
Very well.
Okay. Migrants often have difficulties in accessing basic service due to their limited ability to find information and language barrier, especially children. They may face exploitation, abuse, and trafficking during the migration process. Vietnam actively promotes exchange with other countries on measures to facilitate safe, regular migration and migrant protection. Regularly organize consular consultation with a number of countries in this issue. We also implementing the strengthening Vietnamese capacity for sustainable migration of migrants and their households, funded by Cohesion and with technical assistance from IOM. Within the framework of the project, Vietnam has opened a service office in pilot provinces, returning migrants, hearing community integration through providing psychological counseling, assistance for essential needs, and temporary accommodation. In addition, Vietnam is also finalizing standard operating procedures for diplomats to support overseas Vietnamese victims of trafficking and violence under Safe and Fair program with the support of UN Women, ILO, and UNODC. According to Vietnam implementation of the Compact for Migration, Vietnam is collecting data on international migrants at all times, which is a great agenda, each and other necessary criteria depending on each time. It will help and analyze migration trends, characteristics of migrants as well as drivers and impacts of migration. However, Vietnam has several difficulties in data collection as a lack of resources and various statistics under management of different ministries and organizations would make it time consuming. Migration data is an important basis to establish and consolidate methods to check migrants effectively and reduce migrant vulnerabilities. To create the cluster of these objectives, regional network of migration needs to support countries viewing and improving migration data and the network of migration-related information in the Asia-Pacific region, including landscape of migration, country policy, so that migrants in the region can access easily and make the right decision on migration. And that's it for me. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Vietnam. I did have on the request list, but it's not there anymore, a request from a stakeholder, Ms. Bernadia. Are you still willing to come in? If you want to come in, then please press the button of request to speak on your screen. We now have two requests from the delegates of Cambodia and Turkey. Cambodia?
Okay, thank you very much, and moderator, for give me the floor to make a very short intervention. So far, Cambodia has managed the sending of Cambodian workers to work in some countries in the Asia Pacific. By promoting safer and orderly migration throughout the migration cycle. In the process of the migration for employment, we have empowered migrant workers to realize full inclusion and social cohesion by assisting them to have full conditions for contributing to sustainable development of the country, as well to promote the safer and of dignity to their family and communities. Besides, we also assisted them to establishing mechanism for portability of social security. The activity that we have been made are the implementation of the labor migration policy for Cambodia. We have implemented it since 2011, and now we are implementing the policy, labor migration policy 2019 to 2023. Even though the implementation of the labor migration policy has been made progressively in parallel with the implementation of the objective of the global impact for migration. Even we have crucial progress, but for supporting migration protection, integration, and contributing to the development as well as the strengthening of the evidence-based policy making, public debate, and cooperation for more safe, orderly, and regular migration for increasing the contribution of the migration worker in the national development. Cambodia really still need international technical cooperation, and especially from technical assistance from the IOM and ILO and other government donors to enhance the efficiency of the implementation of activity, both in the activity of the labor migration policy and the objective of global compact for safe and orderly migration. Thank you, the chair and moderator. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now I give the floor to Turkey.
Can you hear me?
Very well, Madam Ambassador.
Okay, thank you very much. Just want to touch on a few issues that could make an example of how we have been addressing the issues also during the pandemic. As you know, we shelter about 4 million displaced people from different nationalities, and more than 3.6 million of them are Syrians under temporary protection. We practically assume responsibility for 9 million Syrians, including those in Syria as well. But we provide all basic services to these people, and we spent already $40 billion for the well-being of Syrians. We continue our efforts to improve the living conditions of these people with a view to ensure their self-sustenance. We have been doing our best, both during the pandemic and currently in this so-called normalization period, to address the ongoing needs of refugees. Our healthcare system provides free and accessible service to everyone, including refugees. We have introduced several measures in our temporary accommodation centers, where we host around 60,000 people, and all residents and the personnel in these centers are obliged to take relevant precautionary measures. These centers are meticulously cleaned regularly, with hygiene and sanitation kits distributed. We believe that informing refugees about preventive measures against pandemic is essential. Together with the related INGOs, we have launched information campaigns and distributed brochures in different languages. Questions of foreigners directed to the lines of our Ministry of Health are provided with simultaneous translation. Foreigners Communication Center continues to give information to foreigners in 7 languages. It's of utmost importance for us to prevent any interruption in education system for both refugees and our citizens. So during the pandemic, we introduced official distance learning programs for residents, and we're doing our best to enhance refugees' access to specific online training courses, including language and vocational trainings in cooperation with related international organizations in Turkey. Individuals under our protection and migrants benefit from the same rights with our citizens when it comes to the implementation of COVID measures. And we invite all countries to include migrants and refugees into their health services and protection measures against COVID. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Ambassador. That was comprehensive and to the point. Now we do see Dr. Bernadia Irawati online now. So the floor is to you, Dr. Irawati.
Good afternoon, good morning, and good evening. Greetings from Indonesian capital city of Jakarta. This is Secretariat of United Cities and Local Governments Asia Pacific. And thank you once again for the opportunity to take the floor. I think we have heard a lot of good examples provided by Subang Jaya Mayor, Mayor Nuraini Ruslan. We have also seen how local governments are taking actions at the community level where our people, including migrants, are. These actions include access to basic services, success education, legal and language supports. There are also several cities, this is what I see also in Japan, and because I lived there for 2 decades, we have also some cities have provided the opportunity for foreign residents to vote and participate in the planning process. And they have been involved also in setting the vision for the cities. This can create a kind of a feeling of belongings among foreign residents on the cities, the place they live. And we also have an example on Istanbul Metropolitan Municipality and Turkey in providing vocational training for women, as well as language courses for all citizens, including migrants and refugees. Despite those actions, local governments have been facing a lot of challenges. These include like lack of data, access to disaggregated data, which are often centralized in national statistics. We also know that many local governments have lack of capacity. And another important aspect is unclear mandate, unclear authority. And these mandates include also lack of mandates in generating resources and even accessing funds. So I think this is why we are asking more on good and conducive enabling environments for local governments to be able to perform well. With this COVID-19, the pandemic, the challenges for cities and local governments have grown exponentially. As the pandemic, we know that it's not only affecting the health issue, but also economic, social, mental, of million people. So what we need, this is something that I also would like to emphasize, local governments need to be empowered if we want to fully implement this global compact and achieve these sustainable development goals. I think we're all aware that 65% of sustainable development targets must be done at the local level. So I think this is why we would like to speak clearly here that the role of local governments is important. So having a good enabling environment with a clear legal mandates and access to resources is definitely essential in our effort to address the objective outlined in the GCM. So let me conclude here. Local governments, we all are committed to the principles and objective of the GCM. We can and should be actually involved in the policy processes, including the voluntary GCM survey reports submitted by national governments. We are also happy that we have been included also in the regional consultation, global consultations. So local governments welcome every opportunity to cooperate with and support different national governments, United Nations agencies, intergovernmental organizations, civic society, and other stakeholders, and to ensure that migration is safe, orderly, and regular for our people. So thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bernadia. Before I give the floor for concluding remarks for Dr. Maria Ninette Motus, the Regional Director of the International Migration Organization, I would like to refresh our collective memory on the United Nations Secretary General's message on the International Migrants' Day last year. He said, "Just as migrants are integral to our societies, they should remain central to our recovery. Let us seize the opportunity of the recovery from the pandemic to implement the Global Compact for safe, orderly, and regular migration, reimagine human mobility, enable migrants to reignite economies at home and abroad, and build more inclusive and resilient societies." It's important to take into account that migrant inclusive and gender responsive measures in ensuring that communities will bounce back forward, not only bounce back from the impact of the crisis. I'm very grateful to all the panelists who were with us today and for the insights and the contributions from the member states and from the stakeholders. And now, last but not least, the floor is to you, Dr. Maria Ninette Motus.
Thank you very much, Mohammed. And further to your just started the closing remarks, I also would like to say thank you to everyone and the panelists as well as our participants who came in and later after this panel speakers and also their chat messages in the chat box. We'd like to say thank you to Loretta Bruno, to Ambassador Amarsana, Assistant Secretary Abad Santos, Mayor Noorani Las Roslan, Robin Gravenstein, and Joanna Yu. Your contributions today were very well noted, informed a very rich discussion and good food for thought as we end this Roundtable 3. But some key takeaways I want to share with you based on your presentations. First, migrants are an important part of the solution and not a problem to be solved. The ambassador of Mongolia referred to the assistance to migrants and the consular protection and assistance and cooperation, especially with the COVID-impacted world. Is a crucial means bringing the GCM to live and how it can be implemented further. We'd also like to acknowledge the intervention of Assistant Secretary Abad Santos, and thank you for the Philippines examples on what you have done thus far, and even good examples for us to share. Mayor Roslan, you referred to the space for local authorities that is vital, as this is where the migrants live, their experiences are played out. And cities are partners in the development agenda and not only implementers, and therefore there is a need for greater support and inclusion in this process. Very, very insightful reflections from you and CDF that women disproportionately impacted by the drop in remittance flows in times of the crisis, but also very good intervention and example on how you referred to the digitalization of the finance of the remittances, and therefore how can we use this further and how can we improve, particularly with a migrant-centered approach, but also with a gender lens. So that was very powerful, I would think, and a good takeaway. And lastly, with Joanna, sharing of timely, reliable, and accurate information is vital for safe, orderly, and regular migration. And without further ado, let me close this and take the opportunity to say thank you again for joining us for this Roundtable 3. And we look forward to working with you at various levels, particularly as we move towards the preparations for the IMRF in 2022. Thank you. Over to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. As I see no more speakers on the list, allow me to thank the moderator, panelists, and delegates for their valuable contribution. The meeting has now concluded its deliberation under Agenda Item 3C, entitled Supporting Migrant Protection, Integration, and Contribution to Development. We will now proceed to Agenda Item 3D. Thank you so much. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we now move to our final thematic discussion of the day on strengthening evidence-based policymaking, public debate, and cooperation for safe, orderly, and regular migration. I have the honor to invite Ms. Cynthia Felico, Regional Representative of the High Commissioner for Human Rights Regional Office for Southeast Asia, to moderate this discussion. Please join me on the rostrum.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Distinguished delegates, stakeholder representatives, UN colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the UN Network on Migration, I would like to extend a warm welcome to this fourth and final roundtable addressing GCM Objectives 1, 3, 7, 17, and 23. The roundtable has been organized by the UN Human Rights Office and ILO. The objectives in this cluster address the following thematic issues. Objective 1 addresses the importance of disaggregated and accurate data. Objective 3 covers the provision of accurate and timely information at all stages of migration. Objective 7 provides guidance on addressing and reducing vulnerabilities in migration. Objective 17 speaks to eliminating discrimination and shaping public perceptions of migration. And finally, Objective 23 addresses strengthening international cooperation and global partnership for safe migration. In our discussion, it is important to recall that every migrant, regardless of their reasons for migrating or how they have moved, is a human rights holder. As we discuss policies and frameworks to regulate migration in the region, it is important that we keep this overarching imperative in mind. Implicated in the discussions of the objectives, we will explore during this roundtable, for instance, what are important and universal standards related to the right to privacy, the right to information, protection of the most vulnerable and marginalized, the right to non-discrimination, as well as the importance of international cooperation in achieving both the goals of human rights and labor rights frameworks, as well as the objectives of the GCM. The purpose of this roundtable is to elicit member state and stakeholder experiences and views around this last cluster of objectives of the GCM, in particular to take stock of progress towards implementation and to provide direction on the way forward and key priorities. The lessons we have learned over the past years will guide our discussion by providing experience and evidence to move beyond the challenges we see today towards an improved governance of migration in line with international laws and standards. In particular, on behalf of the Regional UN Network on Migration for Asia and the Pacific, my question to you during the roundtable is, what support can we in the regional network provide to member states and stakeholders in advancing implementation of the GCM? In our roundtable, we have 5 distinguished speakers who will discuss one or more of the objectives in this last cluster to share their experiences and their expertise. Following that, we will have an interactive discussion on the progress so far, key challenges and gaps, good practices and lessons learned, and pointers for the way forward. I would now like to turn to introduce you to our first speaker. I would ask that the speakers please keep to their allotted time, and if we begin to go beyond 10 minutes, I will intervene to let you know that the time has come to a conclusion. I would like to request to speak Mr. Saeed Rashidul Hossain, Economic Counselor and alternate permanent representative of Bangladesh to ESCAP. Mr. Saeed has served in different ministries as well as in the field of administration of the government of Bangladesh, and now as an economic counselor of the government of Bangladesh in Bangkok. Mr. Hossain will primarily address Objective 23 as well as Objectives 1 and 3. Mr. Hossain, you have the floor. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. Am I
Yes,
audible?
please. We can hear you.
Dear moderator, co-panelists, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome all of you in today's panel discussion. It is indeed a great pleasure for me to share the progress made so far by Bangladesh in respect of achieving objectives of Global Compact for Migration, while Bangladesh looks at migration as an integral component of our development aspiration. Our engagement in the UN in general and in all other multilateral forums, it is also inspired by this conviction. Before going to the main discussion, I want to recall our Honorable Prime Minister's address at the UNGA in 2016, where she articulated the idea of a global compact for safe, orderly, and regular migration in her address. Since then, our steadfast political commitment and involvement in the process of developing global compact continued. I also wish to recall that the initial proposal of Bangladesh to UN Secretariat concerning concept of the Global Compact for Safe, Orderly, and Regular Migration centered around 4 core aspects. First, eliminate harm from migration cycle. Second, add value to the migration process. Third, uphold human rights of all migrants. And fourth, international cooperation to better govern migration, which is very relevant to today's roundtable. As the compact is anchored in 2030 SDG agenda, as well as New York Declaration, therefore, while implementing it, Bangladesh in its legal policy and policy setting and institutional arrangement, constantly guided by the spirit of both these instruments. As we implement the compact, we should also be aware of issues such as climate change, identity politics, national populist measures, and rapid technological progress, all of which will impact the world of work. Also, Bangladesh painfully recognizes that cross-border forced displacement caused by violence, extremism, and ultranationalism compounds the task ahead of us. We identified 4 major implementation challenges of GCM. One is coordination, that is ensuring the coordination between all the relevant stakeholders and organizations is a challenging task. And the second one is operationalization. Due to the non-binding nature of the compact and the fact that it does not specify a timeline, it will be difficult to measure the implementation of the 23 objectives. And third one is monitoring. As the outcomes are non-binding and GCM proposes to review the progress of the implementation at International Migration Review Forum every 4 years, monitoring may be difficult. And fourth one is funding. The source of funding is another challenge for implementing the compact, as the compact does not address the issue. To overcome all these challenges, Bangladesh has continued its effort to design a pragmatic, legal, institutional, and policy framework so that we can be in a better position in achieving GCM objectives as well as SDG goals and targets. And for this, our institutional structure has revitalized and redesigned as required, and interministerial coordination mechanism established, and operational structure for outward and inward migration established, and the diaspora engagement facilitated on a continuous basis. We have signed and ratified the International Convention on the Protection of the Rights of All Migrant Workers and Members of their Families, the Convention relating to the status of refugees, the Convention on the Rights of the Child, the ILO Migration for Employment Convention revised 1949, and the supplementary provisions of the ILO Migration for Employment Convention 1975 and the Convention of Statelessness of Person. Efforts are also going on to make formal agreements with other sending or receiving countries, as well as non-binding agreement with other sending or receiving countries, and also we are participating in all bilateral migration negotiation as an ongoing basis. Bangladesh participates in the Global Forum on Migration and Development, Bali process, and all of the dialogues of global cooperation. Bangladesh also building partnerships with civil society organizations and private sector and social partners, as well as partnership with the diaspora. Bangladesh also trying to promote formal remittance schemes and the reduced remittance transfer costs so that it has more developmental impact on the local economy. We also have reintegration policies for returning nationals and assist returning nationals to integrate with the local economy through orientation, new skill training or retraining, and also financing scheme. We have formulated national strategy to combat human trafficking and also shares information on counter-tracking activities with counterparts of other national and international agencies. Now I want to share some of our achievements as a champion country and also challenges we are facing now in the arduous journey of implementing the Global Compact for Safe, Orderly and Regular Migration. Bangladesh takes pride as one of the early starters by completing all groundworks for implementing the SDGs as well as embedding the GCM agenda into its 7th and 8th 5-year plan. Mapping of ministries by goals and targets, data gap analysis, SDG monitoring and evaluation framework, preparation of ministry-specific plan, and lots of other efforts are going on. Voluntary GCM Review 2020 is one of such actions. It is a great honor to be one of the champion countries in this regard. We have an agency called Bureau of Manpower Employment and Training, which collect, analyze, and disseminate all migrants-related disaggregated data to support evidence-based policy. Moreover, we designed an SDG data reporting system under the leadership of Bangladesh Bureau of Statistics, which is the national statistical institution of Bangladesh. Through this institutional mechanism, we primarily support evidence-based migration policies. We try to ensure transparency and accountability in all stages of migration through smart card for every migrant. And we also ensure 100% of the total migrants, 100% of this smart card to all migrants in last year. And we have also pre-departure and orientation training related to safe migration. Ministry of Expatriates Welfare and Overseas Employment and Ministry of Foreign Affairs, along with other relevant agencies and all the other private sector stakeholders, has made an ecosystem which ensure whole of government and whole of society approach to manage and guide whole of migration cycle. Bangladesh has made it mandatory for all outgoing migrant workers to take compulsory insurance policy. In this regard, the government shares 50% of the premium. In line with the SDG 10.C of lowering remittance transaction cost, Bangladesh has introduced 2% incentives for remittance sent in legal channel. The World Bank predicted a global downward trend of remittance after the COVID pandemic. Instead, remittance inflow of Bangladesh is continuing in a high pace. Remittance inflow of $18.21 billion was 10.8% higher than the previous year, as opposed to the World Bank forecast about 92% of the last year remittances as in the last 8 months of this fiscal year. More than 3.38 million youths are given skill development training in 55 of 70 training centers during the period of 2009 to 2019 by the government. Moreover, numerous other private institutions are also delivered training in order to skill training. inclusive national coordination mechanism in terms of SDG, implementing SDG 10.7.1 or facilitating orderly, safe, regular and responsible migration to achieve the target. In Bangladesh, a national steering committee headed by the Honorable Prime Minister is guiding and monitoring the activities. It has prioritized issues like related to overseas employment and migrants' welfare. All the stakeholders are involved in the National Labour Migration Forum. They are working closely under whole of the government and whole of the society actors. The government is working closely under Bangladesh UN Network on Migration to develop a roadmap for implementation of the GCM. In order to minimize migration costs, the government of Bangladesh is working intensively. The government has already fixed a minimum cost of migration for 16 major countries of destination. As per requirement of ethical migration, the cost needs to be borne by the employer, and we want a combined voice of all of the member countries and other multilateral bodies to ensure this. The COVID-19 pandemic added new challenges in attaining the GSM objectives. At the same time, COVID-19 situation shows how important it is to follow the GSM. Bangladesh government declared lots of initiatives from rescuing stranded migrants and other support measures through individual action or with the help of other countries and multilateral mechanisms. We have identified several challenges to implement GCM, and these are: since migration is a multidimensional and no single country can address its challenges and opportunities, cooperation among line agencies and counterpart of origin, transit and destination countries is needed. Interlinked as well as interactive real-time global database is needed to know the real-time situation of migrants as well as to track their movement so that support measures can be ensured. Synergies is needed among national level policies and operational procedures among country of origin, transit and destination countries. We need to ensure interoperability framework among agencies dealing with cross-border migration, trafficking and other related matters. We also need to ensure mechanism to use social network to get the real-time migrants data. We have also taken measures to combat irregular migration, but supports and joint efforts of country of origin, transit country, and country of destination are required to achieve the target. Bangladesh is committed to achieve SDGs. Combined efforts is required, especially with the global migration issue. We are hopeful that together we will be able to implement the GCM and ensure orderly, safe, regular, and responsible migration. I thank you, Madam Moderator.
Thank you, Mr. Hossain. I would like now to introduce the second speaker, Ms. Fatimat Himya, General Secretary, Maldivian Red Crescent. Ms. Himya is the Secretary General of the Maldivian Red Crescent and co-chair of the RCRC Asia Pacific Migration Network. Ms. Himya will address Objectives 3 and 7. I should also note that she will speak on behalf of the International Red Cross and Red Crescent movement in the Asia Pacific region. I would request to speak Ms. Himya.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, and thank you for inviting me to participate in this important roundtable discussion and contribute perspectives from Red Cross and Red Crescent national societies across the Asia Pacific region. I am the Secretary General of the Maldivian Red Crescent, one of the world's 192 Red Cross and Red Crescent national societies. The world's largest humanitarian network, the International Federation of Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies, is founded on over 14 million community-based volunteers working in their own local context. Present at the community level, we witness the enormous suffering that many migrants face during their migration experiences before departure, while in transit, while abroad, and upon return. As an exclusively neutral humanitarian organization, our aim is to respond to humanitarian needs and reduce suffering without seeking to encourage, discourage, or prevent migration. During our engagement with the GCM negotiations, we came together as a movement at the national, regional, and global levels. We insisted that the compact could not succeed in fostering safe, orderly, and regular migration without also outlining basic minimum standards of human dignity that must be afforded to all migrants, irrespective of their status. We have called upon states to respect their obligations under international as well as domestic law. Our advocacy is focused on 4 humanitarian priorities. First, that all migrants be protected from going missing, death, family separation, and violations of their rights throughout their migration experience. Second, that all migrants, irrespective of legal status, have effective access to essential services and humanitarian assistance. Third, that the rights and needs of the most vulnerable, especially children, be prioritized. And finally, that detention of migrants be used only as a measure of last resort. In the face of the climate crisis, we also urge states to act immediately to address the adverse effects of climate change as a driver of migration and displacement. We welcome that these priorities are well captured in the text of the GCM, and we are now urging states to turn their commitments into reality and into actions. We stand ready to support all states in that regard and appreciate the recognition of the International Red Cross and Red Crescent movement as a key stakeholder in paragraph 44 of the Global Compact. We encourage states to partner with their National Red Cross or Red Crescent Society as their auxiliaries in the humanitarian field to assess and address the protection and humanitarian needs of the most vulnerable, including migrants and displaced people. Many national societies already cooperate with local authorities to help identify and understand the vulnerabilities and risks faced by migrants through their network at the community level and their branches located along borders and in other significant locations. This provides a strong evidence base for our humanitarian diplomacy with governments and can inform policy-making decisions. A robust understanding of vulnerability and risk is particularly important both before and during disasters and crises. For example, the Fiji Red Cross is involved in various initiatives to strengthen resilience at the local level and support communities adapt and prepare for a changing climate and reduce risks of displacement. In the context of COVID-19, we are seeing responses very much focused on citizens first and negative narratives towards non-citizens, including migrants, refugees, and stateless people. Ensuring that all people, including migrants, have effective access to essential services is critical to addressing vulnerabilities. The COVID-19 pandemic has illuminated and exacerbated the disproportionate risks that migrants face. Since the start of the crisis and in the IFRC's Global Emergency Appeal, migrants and displaced people are a strong focus of the movement's response at the local, national, and regional levels. In our humanitarian diplomacy, we advocate for the necessity of humanitarian service points as protection spaces or firewalls between authorities and service providers to enable migrants safe and effective access to humanitarian services, including healthcare and psychosocial support, legal support, food, shelter, and information at all stages of migration. Our positive practice example is from my own country, the Maldives, a country where 1 in every 4 people is a migrant. When the government planned to undertake COVID-19 health screening of migrant workers, many of whom who had no identification documents, the Maldivian Red Crescent emphasized the humanitarian imperative of first do no harm. Following discussions with the relevant authorities, we ensured that any information collected from migrants would only be shared with the Ministry of Health for contact tracing and health screening purposes, and that the migrants' legal status would not be recorded. In partnership with local authorities, the Maldivian Red Crescent also established a migrant support center where volunteers, including migrants, coordinated food distribution, operated a COVID-19 call center to listen to migrants' needs and concerns, and promoted social cohesion between migrants and host communities. And now the Maldivian Red Crescent, in coordination with our government, are registering undocumented migrants for the purpose of COVID-19 vaccination rollout. So far, we have registered over 2,500 undocumented migrants in the Maldives. In the Philippines, the Philippine Red Cross, in cooperation with their government, has provided assistance in health monitoring at ports of entry and quarantine facilities, and has also established welfare service desks to provide food, non-food items, psychosocial support, and restoring family links services to Filipino returning migrants. We regard access to information as an essential basic service. Many national societies are responding to the need for accurate accessible, and timely information in an appropriate format, especially for children and other groups most at risk. For example, the Cambodia Red Cross provides prospective migrants with information about how to reduce risks when migrating, including how to maintain family links and reduce family separation while abroad. The Philippine Red Cross updated its web-based application called the Virtual Volunteer, which puts vital information directly into the hands of those who need it, namely prospective migrants, those away from home, and the family members of migrants. The application has been updated with the most current information about COVID-19, including the location of quarantine facilities, government advisories, and contact details of relevant organizations and agencies to support migrant workers while they are abroad and upon their return to the Philippines. Collectively, the International Red Cross and Red Crescent movement has compiled an open access global online library of COVID-19 risk communication audio and visual materials in covering topics including symptoms and treatment, psychosocial support, rumors and stigma, hygiene and masks, available in a wide variety of different languages and easily accessible to anyone who needs them. These resources seek to reduce risks for migrants who might otherwise be hard to reach. We recognize the GCM as an opportunity for Red Cross and Red Crescent national societies to engage with their governments and coordinate efforts with other key stakeholders to ensure that national societies and all humanitarian actors have the necessary space and access to assist all people in need, particularly in times of crisis, such as these challenging times of the COVID-19 pandemic. Indeed, international cooperation and partnerships are essential. We remind governments that they need not act alone in working towards meeting the objectives of the compact. Thank you, moderator.
Thank you very much, Ms. Himya. I would like to now turn to the third speaker, Ms. Siriwan Romchatong, General Secretary, ASEAN Confederation of Employers of Thailand. Ms. Siriwan has served as the Secretary General of ASEAN Confederation of Employers and ECOT. She was a member of the ILO governing body from 2014 to 2017, representing ASEAN employers, making her the first ASEAN woman at the ILO governing body. Ms. Romchatong will address Objective 23. Ms. Romchatong, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. I have the slide presentation. Please put my slide on, please. Yeah. Thank you, Madam Moderator and the UN Network on Migration. The first slide, yes. For inviting the Asian Confederation of Employers, ACE, to participate in this round table discussion. It is a great honor for me to share the view and experience of ASEAN employers, particularly in relation to Objective 23, strengthen international cooperation and global partnerships for safe, orderly, and regular migration. Employers regard regular migration as a necessary and positive phenomenon. When well managed, it is a vehicle for fulfilling personal aspiration, balancing labor supply and demand, sparking innovation, and transferring and spreading skill. Both employers and workers benefit from clear, transparent, and well-implemented migration policy that facilitate economic growth and development and protecting workers. The Asian Confederation of Employers, ACE, has been the collaborating partner of the ILO, IOE, ATUC, and other regional and international organizations, working in various areas of work, aim to strengthen the influence of employers in shaping a conducive environment for competitive and sustainable enterprises, promoting responsible business practices and collaboration amongst members in the regions. We have managed to implement many programs and activities, from educating, awareness raising, training, information sharing, promoting to policy advocacy. We have developed employers' policy position and policy brief for sustainable labor migration in ASEAN. We have also established an employers' platform on migration, which serves as employers' information, resource, and communication platform to facilitate collaboration amongst ASEAN employers. We have witnessed employers progress change of attitude and perception in recognizing the rights and contribution of migrant workers and towards fair and responsible recruitment and employer practices. All these milestones towards a safe, orderly, and regular migration would not be possible without the regional and international organization support and collaboration. Next slide, please. Next, please. The Global Compact for Migration, GCM, presents a key opportunity for employer organizations to bring business recommendations to improve the governance of migration, address the challenges associated with today's migration, and strengthen the contribution of migration to sustainable development. It is important that employer organizations are consulted at the national level and their inputs are incorporated into a national guidelines for implementation. ACE fully endorse and support the realization of Objective 23 to business group on migration work with the regional and national focal points in different regions for engagement in the regional multi-stakeholder review processes to reflect business realities and challenges in the labor migration policy framework of their respective governments. The national and regional dialogue and consultation will facilitate and improve global policy initiatives, relevance, and impact. International cooperation and global partnership are based on one of the GCM's guiding principles of the whole of society approach, wherein all stakeholders bring their priorities and concerns and find ways of effecting and addressing them. Through this consultation at the GCM multi-stakeholder consultations, employer organizations have managed to present their priorities and reiterated the need for governments to follow the whole of government approach for meaningful achievement of their recommendation. Next slide, please. The Asian Confederation of Employers and Employer Organizations have presented our key priorities to policymakers, which focus on the need for a predictable and transparent legal framework for mobility of skill, responsible recruitment practices, skill development programs, skill recognition scheme, and skill matching framework that respond to labor market reality, and leverage the use of technology to improve migration management. The declaration serves to input the national and regional dialogue on migration as government implement the GCM. Next, please. ASEAN Employers Call. As all stakeholders will adapt to new realities in our globalized world, it is now high time for stronger collaboration between social partners, governments, and stakeholders on labor migration issues at the national, regional, and international level. In this framework, and to support the governments implementing the GCM objectives, ASEAN Employers call for regular and organized dialogue and consultation between policymakers and employer organizations through formal communication channels. Mechanisms at the national level should be put in place to ensure that this dialogue is a continuous, ongoing process. On this, Asian employers call for the establishment of coordinating institutions at the country level as a national task force on migration, which would include the participation of the National Employers Organization for the implementation of the objectives. ASEAN employers who also call for greater dialogue and G2G collaboration between countries of origin and destination to improve overall migration frameworks and management. The collaboration that reflects employers' will also facilitate skill mobility policies and improve skill development, skill certification, recognition, and matching. ASEAN employer call for investment in data collection, which is essential for evidence-based policy making and makes a strong case for improved regulations. Government could begin compiling, publishing outgoing and incoming worker statistics. Employers should have access to such information to source required skill as and when needed. Besides, if employers also feed information on job availability, skill matching can be mutually beneficial. Given that business forms the backbone of economies, it would be serve government well to ensure that any decision on migration policy are made in consultation with the private sector through employer organizations at the national and regional level. Madam Moderator, I want to express my sincere gratitude again for inviting us to this roundtable discussion. We look forward to the continuous collaboration and cooperation with national, regional, and international stakeholders to achieve our common goal for a safe, orderly, and regular migration. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ramchatong. I would like to turn now to our fourth speaker, Ms. Jennifer Valentine, Manager, Mixed Migration Center, Asia. Ms. Valentine is the manager of the Mixed Migration Center, Asia, where she oversees a team conducting data collection with people on the move. Ms. Valentine will be addressing objectives 1 and 7. Ms. Valentine, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Thank you. Dear Excellencies, distinguished delegates and colleagues, it is an honor to be here today to discuss GCM Cluster 4. Thank you to ESCAP for hosting this event, and thank you also to OHCHR and ILO for co-hosting this panel. The Mixed Migration Center is a leading source for independent research and analysis on mixed migration. Our overarching focus is on human rights and protection for all people on the move. We aim to positively impact global and regional policies to inform evidence-based protection responses and to stimulate forward thinking in public and policy debates on mixed migration. Every day, through our surveys and network of community-based monitors, we speak to migrants across the globe about their experiences, their priorities, needs, and the issues that they face. MMC has been closely engaged with GCM processes at the global level and has released 2 reports stock-taking implementation to date, both of which are available on our website. The GCM will not succeed in ensuring safe, orderly, and regular migration without ensuring the fundamental rights of migrants are afforded, irrespective of their status. Cluster 4 encompasses critical and cross-cutting objectives imperative for meeting the overall aims of the GCM, including the need for states to work in partnership to uphold the rights of migrants and reduce vulnerabilities and risks through evidence-informed policies and responses. As the region struggles with the health, economic, and protection crises arising from the global pandemic, reflection and recalibration towards the implementation of the GCM objectives is critical. Despite the many positive impacts of migration, migrants across the region continue to face significant oppressions based on the ground of sex, age, race, religion, migration status, sexual orientation, as well as other factors. While the provision for migrants in vulnerable situations in the GCM lays bare the responsibility of states to address and reduce vulnerabilities in migration through the fulfillment and protection of rights, significant protection gaps across the region prevail. Through our work at MMC, we speak with migrants and refugees about the situations of vulnerability they face. This includes how vulnerability may drive migration, for example, through extreme poverty, violence, or the impacts of climate change, often with multiple drivers intersecting and compounding each other. Our survey data also shows that situations of vulnerability are disproportionately experienced by migrants in irregular situations. This includes how migrants encounter discrimination, abuse, SGBV, or detention at the hands of authorities, smugglers, and traffickers on their journeys. In destination and host countries too, migrants tell us how they are exposed to exploitation in their workplaces at the hands of their employers, and how they are fearful of arrest, detention, and deportation by authorities because they lack status and protection. Migrants speak about the discrimination and xenophobia they experience, and how this is just one of the many barriers they face to accessing essential services and justice. And so too, upon return to countries of origin, migrants also report to us a lack of reintegration support, struggle to access livelihoods, and high levels of debt incurred by their migration journey. And as we all know, the COVID-19 pandemic is a risk multiplier. For migrants in the region, many of whom work in the informal sector, one of the most extreme effects of the pandemic is loss of income, and migrants have reported overwhelmingly food and housing insecurity, as well as mounting stress and anxiety. Those continuing to work through this time, often on the front lines, reported that COVID-19 exacerbated their risk of exploitation, including increased wage theft and being forced to work without protective gear in dangerous situations. As borders have closed and international travel remains restricted, some migrants report an increased reliance on smugglers, and that journeys have become more dangerous, increasing their risk of abuse and pushback, particularly from border authorities. This has left migrants in precarious, inhumane, and life-threatening situations and vulnerable to abuse by smugglers and traffickers. These situations of vulnerability are not inevitable, and migrants are not inherently vulnerable. They enter vulnerable situations as a result of inadequate policies and responses. Vulnerability can be addressed as a starting point through states fulfilling their commitments to the GCM and implementing policies and responses that place the human rights of migrants at the centre. Even as the risks facing migrants multiply, promising practices are emerging across the region in response to mounting situations of vulnerability. Some of these include, and have been mentioned previously, the inclusions of migrants in national safety nets amid the pandemic and in COVID-19 vaccine rollout plans. We have also seen cross-border pilots between origin and destination countries of regular pathways to fill labour gaps, as well as regularisation schemes for those who became irregular due to the pandemic. We have seen promising practices emerge also in terms of alternatives to detention, particularly for children. All this is welcomed and should continue in efforts to reduce vulnerability. However, these promising practices, particularly those in response to the pandemic, should not be temporary nor isolated, but rather enduring pathways and be available to all migrants regardless of their status. Furthermore, capturing and documenting these positive practices will share important learnings across countries and encourage practices to become embedded, further developed, improved, and expanded. This forms part of a crucial element of evidence-based responses to migration. The Regional UN Migration Network has helped to record some of these promising practices through the Asia-Pacific Migration Report released in 2020, documenting implementation of the GCM across the region to date. Further, the reports from ongoing stakeholder consultations hosted by UN ESCAP in the lead up to this regional review have also helped to evidence promising practice. They have also helped to highlight the enduring challenges faced. Unfortunately, across the region, migration policy and public discourse around migration is still too often made without considering evidence. Instead, it's based on stereotypes about why people migrate, irrational fears about migrants being a threat to societies, and securitization. As GCM Objective 1 calls for, we need quality data to inform evidence-based policies, including the collection, analysis, and dissemination of datasets disaggregated by sex, age, and migration status, as well as other characteristics. And also, beyond these larger administrative datasets, states and other stakeholders need to invest in rich and nuanced research conducted at a granular level through an intersectional lens and reaching those who are hardest to reach and may not appear in official statistics, such as migrants in irregular situations. This type of research, including the research we conduct through MMC, can provide a better understanding of the individual and structural issues migrants face, and from this, what issues need to be addressed. This type of research can also ensure the voices of migrants are brought to the fore from the outset, representing themselves as experts in their own experiences and shaping solutions to the issues they face. If this type of research is effectively utilised by policymakers, it will inform more responsive policies for migrants. However, building evidence is only one part of the equation. States also have a responsibility to listen to research findings and recommendations and respond appropriately. They need to partner with academic institutions, research organisations such as MMC and other stakeholders so that they can be informed, so that states can better inform and coordinate their responses within and across borders. The risks facing migrants are present at all stages of their migration journey and are too important to ignore. States can create more effective and humane migration systems if they fulfil their commitment to implementing existing frameworks such as the GCM, grounded in the SDGs and international law. Finally, states must work in strong partnership with other states and stakeholders, including, most importantly, migrants themselves, to develop policies and practices based on robust and reliable evidence. Thank you, Madam Moderator.
Thank you, Ms. Valentine. I would like to turn now to our fifth and final speaker, Mr. Takgon Lee from the Republic of Korea. Mr. Takgon Lee is an attorney working at the Dongchan Foundation, a public interest law foundation. He also serves as the secretary at the Human Rights Committee of the Korean Bar Association. Mr. Lee will speak primarily to Objective 17. Mr. Lee, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for your introduction. I hope I'm audible. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the organizers for inviting me to be a panel on this meaningful session. I am also part of the Korean Civil Society Coalition for implementation of GCM within Republic of Korea. And we have recently published a civil society guidebook on the GCM and plan to engage with the Korean government and other stakeholders for a more active discussion on how to best implement the GCM. My answer on the Objective 17 will probably draw from my experiences and our experiences in advocating for migrant rights in Korea. The Objective 17 of the GCM and the specific actions provided by the objective largely builds upon and reiterates the Convention on Elimination of All Forms of Racism, or the CERD. And regardless of the legally binding power of the GCM, or lack thereof, it's without question that the state parties who ratify the CERD is bound by the Objective 17 and its actions to the extent that the objective is a reflection or reiteration of the specific obligations set out by the CERD. In combating public stigma and discrimination against migrants in Korea, we often find that it is the government that actively promotes and facilitates negative public perception of migrants. I'm certain this is not a phenomenon limited to Korea. We've noted that the Korean government's voluntary GCM survey refers to irregular migrants, but the term usually used by the Korean government in Korean is illegal migrants. Government public announcements and messages often refer to how illegal migrants will lead to decrease of jobs and increase of foreigner crimes, and how the government must stop fake refugees from abusing the system. There also have been several attempts by high-profile politicians and political parties to leverage the negative public perception of migrants and refugees. And we are concerned that this will become more frequent with the steady increase of number of migrants and refugees in Korea. For instance, in the presidential election of years ago, the main opposition candidate has stated on record that since foreigner workers do not contribute to the Korean society, and also since they do not pay taxes, they should not be given the same minimum wage as Koreans. When there was a huge public backlash against the so-called refugee crisis in 2018, the legislators rushed to propose more and more incredulous amendments to the Refugee Act, or to even withdraw from the Refugee Convention. There is no law, no domestic law to punish hate crimes specifically, or aggravate sentences for crimes motivated by prejudice and hostility against race. Comprehensive anti-discrimination laws do not exist despite repeated recommendations by treaty bodies and our National Human Rights Commission. Recent efforts by the civil society, National Human Rights Commission, and a number of legislators for this comprehensive anti-discrimination law has not seen progress for some time. I believe the role of government is crucial in combating discrimination and negative public perception against discrimination and empowering minorities to speak with their own voice. Obviously, this cannot be done with a few one-time campaigns, educations, or messages. Continuous and consistent messaging is important, and as I've mentioned earlier, this includes not just public announcements or messages, but policy making by the government in general. In connection to this, the government needs to make conscious efforts to monitor and screen its own messages, because even messages without direct intention to discriminate may indeed reinforce negative public perception against minorities such as migrants. By a way of a good example, National Human Rights Commission of Korea is currently cooperating with a number of civil society organizations to monitor all publicly available social media posts and press releases of the government to check if any are of discriminatory nature, taking into the context and the target of the messages. Hopefully the feedback by the CSOs and the National Human Rights Commission will be reflected in future public messages by the government. I'd like to also speak briefly on the COVID-19 and its impact on Korea in terms of negative public perception and discrimination against migrants. In a sense, I think COVID-19 was an opportunity for a positive public discourse on migrants in Korea. Of course, it's without question that the pandemic was a terrible crisis for all nations, including Korea. But the very fact that the disease reaches all populations and that this can only be stopped by a collective effort of all members of the society was an opportunity for a positive discourse. We've seen a few messages by the Korean government that for the first time used the term undocumented migrants and urged them to come to testing centers without fear of deportation. This was an obviously small but positive change. The government also promised free treatment for everyone, regardless of their status or nationality. On the other hand, we've also seen government policies that directly discriminated against migrants, such as public masks given only to nationals and excluding migrants, or so-called universal pandemic relief, actually excluding most groups of migrants. A few days ago, we've seen a small outbreak of COVID-19 among migrant workers in a small city, and the surrounding province of that city that is more than 20 times larger than this city has ordered all migrants, but not Korean workers who work at the same workplace, to get tested for COVID-19. We are concerned that this is the kind of policy that will reinforce negative public perception of migrants. And I'd like to end my presentation with a thank you for this opportunity to speak on behalf of the Korean civil society. I look forward to active discussion, not only here at this session, but at each state or each country with all relevant stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. That concludes the speakers for this session. I would like to open the floor now to the audience for questions and interventions. I would be grateful if speakers could indicate their name and delegation, keep their questions or comments brief and succinct so as to ensure the maximum amount of time for interventions, and to indicate to whom the question is addressed if you are posing a question. Questions may also be posed in the chat box on YouTube, and time permitting, we will read them out to panelists for a response. The moderator, I would like to give panelists 1 minute to react to any questions or issues that has arisen from the plenary. The floor is now open. I call on Thailand, please, to take the floor.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me properly?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
You can hear me, right? Yes, okay. On behalf of Thailand, I would like to take this opportunity to reiterate that Thailand is committed to achieving the 23 GCM goals. We include migrants in related policy making and continuously strive to remove barriers on their access to the needed services. However, embarking on this path, facing with obstacles on the way, such as the COVID-19, we have also observed situation of donor fatigue. While we fully appreciate the gravity of the current context, as per Objective 23, we would still stress upon the importance of international cooperation and burden sharing as envisaged in the GCM document. It's only through coordinated efforts that the GCM goals could be sustainably achieved. I thank you.
Thank you, sir, from Thailand. I call on Indonesia.
Thank you, moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. International migrant workers have been playing an increasingly important role in Indonesia's labor market since the 1980s. More than 5 million Indonesians have legally migrated to other countries for job opportunities. The actual number of Indonesian migrant workers is estimated to be higher. In 2016, we recorded 8.9 billion US dollar remittances from migrants, which is equivalent to 1% of Indonesia's total GDP. Indonesia fully understands the importance of migration statistics in order to improve evidence-based policy making. With a better data collection, we may better understand trends and evolving migration patterns and support the development of evidence-based responses. Nevertheless, there is persistent need of more timely, accurate, and integrated data. We are fully aware that the lack of thorough data on migration and remittances is one of the factors behind the limited policy evaluation. Improving national statistical system to measure migration has been a long winding process due to challenges in data collection, lack of data integration and empirical research, and insufficient coordination. There is an urgent need to enhance national capacity in migration data strategy, especially in integrating migration and corresponding SDGs indicators into legislation, policies, and programs. What could we do to improve data migration? Advancing migration governance will eventually improve the evidence-based policy decision related to migration and development. Enhancing data management through integrating multiple data sources to better measure migration-related incidents. Increasing formal and informal interagency coordination mechanism. Disseminating migration statistics to broader users, including policymakers and policy users, and establishing continuous migration data capacity building process. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia believes that advancing global migration governance, including migration statistics, requires sustained international cooperation and commitment. We have signed several MOUs on bilateral agreements, established collaboration with government agencies of other countries, and along with other initiatives in order to strengthen international cooperation to prevent irregular migration. New forms of cooperation could be developed with non-traditional actors, including grassroots organizations, diaspora populations, and private sector partnership that may serve as model for better integration of community involvement in supporting migration governance. I would like to end my intervention by highlighting that international collaboration on migration is indispensable and key to achieving safe, orderly, and regular migration for all. Thank you, moderator.
Thank you, Madam. From Indonesia, I turn now to stakeholder Gillian Roque, please. Ms. Roque, you can take the floor. I will call, Gillian, are you there? We can't hear you. I think you need to unmute your button. We can't hear you. Your button still shows muted. No, not yet.
I think we should go with the next one. Mrs. Elena Sana.
Okay, we'll come back to you. We still can't hear you. We will go to stakeholder Elena Sana, please.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Warm greetings to all. For the 107 million people of the region on the move, the dominant form is labor migration. 43% move within the region and account for 71% of all migrants in the region. The rest go to West Asia, North America, and Europe. Clearly, countries of destination in our region and beyond address their shortage of workers by recruiting migrant workers. This must be reflected in our migration narrative in order to build inclusive communities. In the wake of COVID-19 pandemic, the important role of migrant workers as frontliners, not only in the hospitals, but in the households, in the food, agriculture, and transportation sectors has been highlighted as well. With available formal and informal forums on migration issues in the region, alongside relevant stakeholders, and with a high degree of solidarity, the implementation of the GCM can significantly improve the following. Number one, on data collection, to include data on skills of migrants prior and post-migration for informed policies on sustainable reintegration and skills upgrading and skills matching. Number two, dissemination of relevant information should start at the communities with local governments and community-based migrant organizations, as we are doing in the Philippines. In destination countries, migrant organizations, civil society, and trade unions can partner with the missions and host governments in post-arrival information programs like in Malaysia for Filipino migrants and in Qatar for migrant workers in the construction sector. Information technology and social media must be maximized, such as the online PAOS, or post-arrival orientation seminar developed by our labor office in Hong Kong for Filipino domestic workers. But we must be on guard as well to detect and report fake news and advertisements of unscrupulous recruiters and traffickers. Employers should also be provided information, such as in Singapore by the Ministry of Manpower. Number three, ensure that decent work programs are inclusive of all workers, including all migrant workers, are gender sensitive, and with proviso for enabling legal and social environment to effectively access the programs and services. And finally, government-to-government recruitment programs can promote decent work arrangements for migrant workers if conducted in consultation with relevant stakeholders and with clear monitoring and implementation mechanism. Thank you, moderator. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sana. We'll go back to stakeholder Jill Roque, if we can try again, please. Ms. Roque, you have the floor. I can see that you are still muted. No, we can't hear you, and it shows that you are muted, the red button there shows you muted.
Maybe ask for others to speak if there's anyone else who would like to speak.
perhaps while you try to fix that, I will just allow me to read an intervention that came in through YouTube, which was a comment that said it would be great to have the link to the GCM handbook for CSOs if possible. Perhaps I don't see any other requests for interventions, and we still see that your mic is muted. So I think at this point what we'll do is, as you... Sorry, hold on just 1 minute. We're being... We are just trying to get the speaker to be able to speak. You have the floor.
Please go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you. If you can speak as loud as possible, that would be important.
Okay. Warm greetings to all speakers, delegates, participants. Addressing migrant workers' vulnerabilities requires holistic and full-of-society approach. Ensuring access to information of migrant workers will help address vulnerability of migrants. Governments should ensure access to comprehensive, rights-based, gender-responsive, sector-specific information at different stages of migration, from pre-decision, when migrant workers are still considering whether to migrate or not, to pre-departure, transit, arrival, employment, integration in the countries of destination, to return and reintegration. I'd like to share our experience through ILO's support. Public Services International, a global union federation of public service workers, has developed information materials for migrant health workers, covering different stages of migration. We are now seeing more and more similar initiatives being undertaken, which is promising. Migrants, regardless of status, should have access to quality public services and social protection. With the ongoing pandemic, this has become absolutely crucial in government's COVID response and recovery. We also need well-funded public infrastructure and services in order to make this happen. We urge states to strengthen our laws, policies, and systems to ensure fair recruitment. Effective, mandatory regulatory systems need to be put in place, rather than just voluntary codes, to ensure that migrant workers are not charged recruitment fees and other related costs, in accordance with the ILO's fair recruitment principles and guidelines. States should put an end to all practices that limit the right to movement of migrants. Migrant workers must not be tied to a single employer or forced into indefinite seasonal or circular migration schemes. Migrant workers must be able to exercise their option for family unity and permanent residency. Migrants should have access to free, effective grievance and justice mechanisms. There should be more labor inspections to monitor compliance of employers to core labor standards. Government should develop more bilateral or multilateral labor agreements which guarantee protection of the rights and welfare of migrant workers. A promising example of a bilateral labor agreement would be the one between the Philippines and Germany, on the migration of Filipino health workers to Germany. This bilateral labor agreement, which features a government-to-government hiring arrangement, is based on ILO and UN normative frameworks. It ensures equality of treatment and social protection for migrant workers. It also applies social dialogue by ensuring the inclusion of trade unions from both countries of origin and destination in the Oversight Committee. We urge government to develop bilateral and regional partnerships that ensure the full participation of trade unions. We need a fundamental shift in the way we view migrants. We need to move beyond the idea that migrants are just victims. Migrants are social actors. They have agency. They have the power to effect change. We urge states to uphold their right to freedom of association. They should be able to join, participate in, or form trade unions without fear of reprisal or deportation. Finally, COVID-19 has exposed the failures of our current economic model and global governance of migration. Temporary migration schemes are not designed to support decent work. The COVID pandemic has exposed the racial, ethnic, gender, and socio-economic bias that allow our neoliberal economic system to define some categories of work and workers as expendable. We need a new social contract that respects the fundamental rights of all migrant workers, a new social contract that promotes decent work for all. Governments should promote creation of decent and green jobs so that migrant workers do not migrate out of necessity. We need to reduce the economic pressure to migrate. That makes our migrant workers more vulnerable to exploitation. Government should create more regular migration models that have decent work at the center. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Roque. I don't see other speakers that have requested to intervene. If you would like to, please do put your request into the Kudo chat. I would like to ask actually a question of panelists, and it is related to Objective 7. The panelists can request to speak if they would like to respond to this. The question is multifaceted, so I will read it out. And as I said, it relates to Objective 7. How can states and relevant stakeholders effectively address the vulnerabilities that arise from the circumstances in which migrants travel or the conditions they face in countries of origin, transit, and destination? What are some promising practices in this regard? How can we move away from understanding vulnerability as a weakness on the part of migrants, and how do we ensure responses that empower them? OHCHR's principles and guidelines on migrants in vulnerable situations seek instead to empower migrants. Would anybody any of the speakers like to take the floor in response to this series of questions for Objective 7? Yes, please, Ms. Valentine. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I'd like to pick up on the point around how we can move beyond seeing migrants as inherently vulnerable. I think this is an essential point and has been brought up by several other panel members and also Elena and Gillian as well in their interventions. I think to create comprehensive and comprehensive policies that address the needs of migrants and protect them from entering vulnerable situations. We need to move beyond policies that place migrants as victims and as inherently vulnerable. Indeed, it's the situations that they end up that render them in vulnerability. In terms of what states can do, I think we have a very comprehensive toolkit and framework available through the GCM. And by implementing the objectives of the GCM, this will be a great start to helping to reduce the vulnerabilities that migrants may face along their journeys. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Valentine. I'd like to turn to Ms. Himia, please. Ms. Himia, you have the floor. I'll come back to you if you are would still like to speak after. I would like to go to Mr. Lee, please.
Yes, thank you. Before I answer that, I'd like to address the comment from the YouTube live chat that mentioned whether there's a link for the handbook or guidebook on the GCM. I believe that refers to my statement on our Korean civil society's efforts on such guidebook. I read that the guidebook is in Korean only, it's not in English, but I hope that this effort is replicated in other jurisdictions as well. And time permitting, we may be able to translate our efforts into other languages. And on your question, I believe that the vulnerability of migrants, especially in the country of destination, often relates to their status or lack of visas. And to address the vulnerabilities of migrants, including undocumented migrants, I think it's important for the state parties to implement a flexible visa system that ensures that migrants are not left without visa or left in hiatus between statuses. And it's important to implement a robust regularization program, especially in light of the current COVID-19 pandemic, which really limits many migrants, including migrant workers, from leaving the country even after their visa has expired. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lee. Ms. Himia, are you there? Okay, well, I will go then to a second question that we have that links to, Kunsiriwan, did you want to take the floor on that initial question?
Can be heard?
Yes, Kunsiriwan,
Yeah,
please.
I just said what the government can do is to ease the process of registration so that the migrant worker should come through legal channel to avoid them for abusive or exploitation, because the complexity of registration process with the both government, and that is why they put them to illegal channel, and it's very easy for the someone who want to abuse to do something to. What the government should do is to ease the process of migration registration. Thank you.
Thank you, Kunsiriwan. Perhaps I can turn to one additional question, and it's related to Objective 17. How have states and other stakeholders in the region attempted to create positive public narratives of migrants, and how have they addressed the negative perceptions, as well as stigma and discrimination? What are some of the enduring key challenges? And in addition, what are the consequences that we see of hate speech and violence on migrants? How do we address these challenges? Would any of the panelists wish to take those questions? Yes, Ms. Himia, please. Ms. Himia, you have the floor.
Thank you. I'm sorry I was unable to unmute before, and maybe I could just also talk about reducing vulnerabilities. I think it's very important that we ensure inclusion of migrants at all levels, especially at decision-making level, and also when we are trying to reduce the vulnerabilities, that we include them in our discussions. And as such, Maldivian Red Crescent, and I believe many other national societies of the movement, we ensure that we have migrants working with us as volunteers. Empowering them to address their own issues is very important, because these discussions are very vital for us to identify what are the challenges that they face and how these challenges could be addressed to begin with. And I think for the next question that you raised, even in the Maldives, xenophobia and hate speech is something that's very evident, because we have quite a difference when it comes to the locals and also the migrants coming from sometimes like countries like Bangladesh, who are quite illiterate and come here to do very minor jobs, and these factor in when it comes to actually addressing migrants and is trying to help the migrants in the country. And I think what's very important is that we need to create awareness and celebrate the diversity. We are all living in the same in one place, in one country, and the differentiations and the discrimination that exists needs to be addressed. It takes time, but I think we need to be strategic about it, both within the efforts of the government and also the civil sector that works to address these issues. For us, for example, we try to explain to the local communities that they're also human beings. They have needs. They also have rights, and we need to advocate for them. And I think advocacy is the most important thing that needs to be done to make sure that we can address these issues in the community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Himia. We have just a short amount of time left, and I would like to then ask one final question to the panelists, should they wish to respond. And that is related to Objective 23. And the question is, what progress has been made with respect to strengthening bilateral and regional partnerships on safe and orderly migration? And what are some of the key recommendations to promote mutually beneficial and transparent partnerships that protect migrants and facilitate safe migration? Yes, please, Ms. Himia, you have the floor.
Yeah, I think the answer to the question would be that we need to work together. And I think I just wanted to highlight, given that the GCM is very much commitments from the government as well. And I would like to highlight the example of our country where we work very closely with the government. And without the support of the state, we cannot achieve what we are trying to do. And in the case of Maldives, we've been able to achieve a lot, especially during the COVID pandemic, and also currently with the vaccination of undocumented migrants. It cannot be done just by a national society or a civil service organization, but it has to be done with the support of the government. And that is the most important thing that I wanted to highlight, that the government and the states needs to create that space for humanitarian organizations to work to ensure that, migrants are given that safe space in all countries. And just to give a few examples, the access to health services in the Maldives during the COVID-19 we were able to do because of the support of the government. The current vaccination of the undocumented migrants, MRC is able to support because the government of the Maldives has supported us and given us that space. So I think that is the most vital thing, that we work together and we work hand in hand in addressing these issues and also creating that safe space for the migrants. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Himia. I would like to give the floor to Kun Siriwan, please.
Can you hear me? Sorry.
Yes.
Because I mute my microphone.
No problem. We can hear you.
Very short. It's one keyword. It's social dialogue. Come together to ensure that all stakeholders got involvement in this process, including the migrant worker themselves, so that we can sit, talk, and understand what is going on and try to achieve the challenges. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kun Siriwan. Before we conclude, I will just ask if there are any final words from the panelists before we conclude. Okay, sorry, Ms. Valentine. Floor is yours.
Can you hear me? Sorry, Madam Moderator.
Yes, we can. Yes.
Thank you. I just wanted to kind of pick up on the last question that you posed to the panel, but maybe focus on how that intersects with objective number 1, because I think what we've heard from numerous state representatives and others and panelists throughout today and yesterday is that there is a key challenge in the region in terms of coordination around data collection. And I think we really need to focus on partnerships between states and at different levels of government, academia, research organizations, civil society, and migrants themselves, of course, to ensure that information and research that is conducted gets to policymakers and to government. I think researchers have an obligation to make their research available and accessible, but states and practitioners also have a responsibility to seek out that research as well. And I think it's through partnerships that we can help bridge some of these gaps. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Valentine. Is there anything else before we conclude? Any final comments or interventions? Okay. Well, I would like to conclude by thanking all of the panelists as well as the participants for their interventions during the final round table session. We've heard from various perspectives on a range of issues, from data collection and information provision, concerns related to migrants in situations of vulnerability, to measures to combat discrimination and improve cooperation on migration in the region. Most importantly, we have heard that there are a range of initiatives that are already underway in the region towards implementation of the Global Compact for Migration. I wish to thank all of the distinguished panel members, the participants and the audience, as well as colleagues from ESCAP, from OHCHR, and from ILO for organizing this session. Thank you very much, and I would like to hand the floor to the Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Veliko. I wish to thank the moderator, panelists, and delegates for the interactive deliberation. We have now exhausted the discussion under Agenda Item 3. I thank the moderators and the panelists for sharing their insight, and I equally thank all country delegates for sharing their views and priorities. Your insight will be reflected in the chair's summary. The Secretariat will prepare a report of this meeting for our review by mid-May tomorrow, Friday, 12 March. The report will be posted on the meeting website. Kindly note that in line with the streamlined procedure for this meeting, the report of the review meeting will be procedural in nature. The summary outcome document in the form of the Chair Summary of Proceedings will be drafted and circulated to Member States and associate members 1 week after the meeting for fact-checking and agreement in consultation with the Chair. I now invite the Secretary to make relevant announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we just have a few more housekeeping announcements. First, you see on the screen now the code for the evaluation survey. We highly appreciate if you could please take a few minutes to fill out the survey for this meeting by scanning the QR code or typing the link into a web browser. Your response will help us assess the success of the meeting and, importantly, help us serve you better in the future. If you have any problems or questions with regard to the survey, our Secretariat colleagues are around to assist you, also online. Second, there are a series of very fascinating side events to be held consecutively tomorrow, starting at 8:30 a.m. onwards. These side events are held jointly by various member states, UN entities, and stakeholders addressing several topics on international migration and the Global Compact. We strongly encourage you all to participate actively in the side events. Again, please refer to the ESCAP website, where you will find the link to register and access these side events. Third, the review will be resumed tomorrow, as we had heard, at 2 p.m. here at ESCAP Hall and online. You will also be able to follow the meeting on YouTube Live to consider agenda item 4 on the consideration and adoption of the outcome of the meeting. We all look forward to your participation tomorrow. And as the chair just indicated, the report will be posted on the website at 12 noon and also sent to member states by email. Last but not least, for the participants who are physically here in the room before you leave, please ensure your valuables and personal belongings are with you. Please also be reminded to leave the room with proper physical distancing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. I wish you a good evening and a good rest. The meeting is now adjourned.